Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Tablets of Fate. In the grand tapestry of existence, there are moments when the very foundations of reality tremble, when the laws that govern gods and mortals alike are tested beyond their breaking point. Such moments reveal not just the fragility of order, but the terrible price of cosmic pride. Tonight, we begin the chronicle of the time of troubles, when the divine themselves learned that no being, however mighty, stands beyond the reach of ultimate justice. High above the mortal realms, in the crystalline halls of Celestia, where time moves like honey and thought becomes form, there stood a vault that contained the most precious artifacts in all creation. The Tablets of Fate, twin slabs of cosmic stone, upon which were inscribed the true names of every deity who had ever drawn breath of divine essence. These were not mere records, but the very foundation of divine law itself. To possess one's tablet was to hold claim to godhood. To lose it was to face the possibility of extinction. The tablets rested in Ao's personal sanctum, guarded by wards that had never been breached, protected by laws older than the stars themselves. Ao, the Overgod, the Hidden One, whose will shaped the cosmos from its very inception, had placed them there at the dawn of divine order. They were meant to remain untouched until the end of all things, immutable symbols of the hierarchy that kept chaos at bay. But on this fateful day, as the celestial spheres turned in their eternal dance and mortals below went about their brief lives unaware of the catastrophe brewing above, the impossible happened. The vault stood empty. The Tablets of Fate had vanished without a trace. When Awa discovered the theft, the very fabric of the plains shuddered. His rage was not the hot fury of mortal anger, but something far more terrible. The cold, inexorable wrath of absolute authority challenged. For eons beyond counting, the gods had grown comfortable in their power, secure in their immortality, perhaps believing themselves beyond accountability. They had forgotten the first and most fundamental truth of existence, that power without responsibility is chaos, and chaos demands correction. The investigation that followed was swift and merciless. Aw's consciousness swept through every divine realm, examined every celestial court, probed every shadowed corner where gods might hide secrets from their creator. What he found filled him with a disappointment that cut deeper than rage. The theft had not been the work of some external force, some primordial enemy seeking to overthrow divine order. The crime had come from within. One or more of his own divine children had stolen the tablets, and in doing so, had broken the most sacred trust in all creation. But which among them was the culprit? The evidence pointed in multiple directions, contradicted itself, vanished like morning mist when examined too closely. Bane, the Black Lord of Tyranny, whose hunger for dominion knew no bounds. Merkel, the cold and calculating Lord of Bones, who hoarded power like a miser hoards gold. Bhaal, the Lord of Murder, whose very nature was destruction, and whose methods embraced treachery. Or perhaps others, gods who presented faces of righteousness while harboring ambitions darker than the space between stars. As the investigation stalled and the guilty remained hidden among the innocent, all came to a terrible conclusion. The theft itself was merely a symptom of a deeper corruption. His divine children had grown too distant from the consequences of their actions, too removed from the suffering and struggle that gave meaning to existence. They had become like spoiled princes in an ivory tower, dispensing blessings and curses with equal carelessness, viewing the mortal realm as nothing more than a game board for their cosmic entertainment. The solution that formed in Ao's mind was as elegant as it was devastating. If the gods had forgotten what it meant to face genuine consequence, to struggle against limitation, to know the weight of mortality pressing against their souls, then he would remind them, all of them. The guilty would be punished, certainly, but so too would the innocent learn the lesson that complacency breeds catastrophe. And so, Ao spoke a single word that echoed through every plane of existence, a word that carried with it the force of absolute divine will. It was not spoken in any language that mortals might understand, for it was the language of creation itself, the primal tongue that shaped reality from void. That word stripped away immortality, like wind strips leaves from autumn trees. It severed the silver cords that bound divine consciousness to their celestial realms. It cast the gods down from their thrones of eternal power and hurled them into the mortal world below. The fall was not gentle. Gods who had known nothing but worship and adoration for millennia found themselves suddenly trapped in flesh that could bleed, in hearts that could break, in minds that could doubt. Their vast cosmic awareness was compressed into the narrow confines of mortal perception. Their unlimited power was bound by the same natural laws that governed every peasant and king. Some gods took the forms they had always favored when walking among mortals, beautiful, terrible, awe-inspiring avatars that still radiated hints of their divine nature. Others found themselves in bodies that seemed almost random, as if Ao's judgment had deliberately stripped away even the comfort of familiar appearance. But all, without exception, discovered that their immortality was gone. They could be wounded, they could grow tired, they could, for the first time in their existence, actually die. The shock of mortality rippled through the divine community like a physical blow. Tyr, the mimed god of justice, found his perfect moral certainty clouded by the confusion and fear that comes with a fallible mind, housed in fallible flesh. Tempest, the lord of battles, discovered that his own body could know pain and exhaustion. Even Sunan, goddess of beauty and love, watched in horror as her avatar form could be marred by injury and marked by time. But perhaps no divine being felt the crushing weight of mortality more keenly than Mystra, the Lady of Mysteries, goddess of all magic. Her consciousness, which had encompassed every spell ever cast and every word of power ever spoken, was suddenly confined to a single point of awareness trapped behind mortal eyes. The vast network of magical energy that she had once directed with thought alone now seemed distant and strange, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. As the gods picked themselves up from where they had fallen, in forests and cities, in temples and taverns, in places both sacred and profane, they began to grasp the full scope of their predicament. They were not merely visiting the mortal realm as they had done countless times before. They were trapped here, subject to all the limitations and vulnerabilities that they had previously observed from safe distance. And somewhere among them walked the thief who had stolen the tablets of fate, perhaps gloating at the chaos they had unleashed, perhaps equally horrified by the consequences of their crime. The mortal world, meanwhile, reeled from the sudden manifestation of divine power in its midst. Gods materialized in marketplaces and throne rooms, in wilderness and city alike, their mere presence warping reality around them. Crops withered or bloomed depending on which deity passed nearby. Wild animals fled or prostrated themselves. Mortal magic began to behave erratically as Mystra's diminished influence struggled to maintain the weave that bound all arcane power together. Those mortals who recognized the divine avatars in their midst responded with a mixture of terror and ecstasy. Some fell to their knees in worship, believing they were witnessing the end times or the dawn of a new age. Others fled in panic, understanding instinctively that when gods walk the earth, mortals often become collateral damage in their conflicts. The wise simply tried to stay out of the way and pray that whatever cosmic crisis had brought the gods low would pass quickly. But the time of troubles had only just begun. The theft of the Tablets of Fate had set in motion events that would reshape the balance between divine and mortal forever. Gods would die, new deities would be born, heroes would rise from humble origins to claim mantles of cosmic power. The very nature of faith and worship would be tested and transformed. As night fell on that first day of divine exile, as gods who had once commanded the movements of stars found themselves seeking shelter like common wanderers, the mortal realm held its breath. For in this unprecedented time, when the immortal had been made mortal and the untouchable had been cast down, anything was possible. The rules that had governed existence since the dawn of time had been suspended, and in that suspension lay both infinite peril and unlimited potential. The Tablets of Fate remained missing, their theft the key to a mystery that would demand the highest price to solve. And in the cosmic balance that O had set in motion, every choice made by God and mortal alike would echo through eternity, shaping the destiny of all creation. Chapter 2. Divine Avatars Walk the Earth. Power, when stripped away suddenly, reveals the true character of those who once wielded it. Some rise to meet adversity with grace and wisdom, while others crumble beneath the weight of limitation they have never known. When gods are made mortal, when the infinite is forced into finite flesh, the universe itself becomes a stage for the most profound drama imaginable. The collision between divine nature and mortal frailty. The first hours after the great casting down were marked by confusion, unlike anything the mortal realm had ever witnessed. Across the continent of Faerun, from the frozen reaches of Icewind Dale to the steaming jungles of Chult, divine avatars materialized in forms both familiar and strange. Each god's manifestation reflected not only their divine portfolio, but also their personal reaction to this unprecedented punishment. In the bustling port city of Waterdeep, merchants conducting their dawn business in the harbor ward suddenly found their transactions interrupted by a figure of impossible beauty walking among them. Sune, goddess of love and beauty, had taken the form of a woman whose mere presence caused flowers to bloom between cobblestones and made hardened sailors weep at the sight of her face. Yet, even as her divine radiance drew worshippers to their knees, the goddess herself struggled with sensations she had never experienced. The morning chill bit through her avatar flesh, causing her to shiver. A goddess who had never known discomfort now learning what mortals called cold. "My lady," whispered a young acolyte who had recognized her despite the shocking reality of her physical presence. "How may we serve you in this dark hour?" Sana turned toward the voice, and for a moment her perfect features betrayed an emotion that no mortal had ever seen cross a divine countenance. "Uncertainty. Dark hour," she repeated, her voice still carrying the melodic quality that could calm storms and kindle passion, yet somehow diminished. "Yes, child. Perhaps darker than you know." Meanwhile, in the northern city of Neverwinter, chaos of a different sort was unfolding. Tempest, the Lord of Battles, had manifested in the midst of the city's training grounds, where young soldiers practiced their sword work in the early morning light. The god of war stood 9 feet tall, his avatar form clad in battle-scarred armor that seemed to shift and change with each movement, displaying the heraldry of every army that had ever marched to war. Yet, as he surveyed the startled warriors around him, Tempest felt something he had not experienced since his ascension to godhood eons ago, the rapid beating of a heart that could stop. "Lord Tempest," cried Captain Marcus Hale, a veteran of the Orc Wars who had prayed to the Battlefather before every engagement, "what brings you to walk among your faithful in flesh?" The god's laugh was like the clash of weapons on a distant battlefield, but it carried an edge of grimness that made even seasoned warriors step back. "Walk among you?" Tempest placed a gauntleted hand over his chest, feeling the strange rhythm within. "Nay, good captain, I walk as you now, bound by flesh and blood, and the bitter taste of mortality." In the great city of Suzail, capital of Cormyr, the manifestation of Tyr brought both hope and terror to the purple dragons who guarded the realm. The mimed god appeared in the throne room itself, his missing hand a stark reminder of his sacrifice for justice, his remaining eye blazing with divine fury tempered by the confusion of newfound limitation. King Azone IV, justice and honor, knelt before the Avatar, while his mind raced to understand what cosmic catastrophe could have brought a god to Earth in physical form. "Rise, good king," Tyr commanded, though his voice carried less absolute authority than it once had. "In this hour, mortal wisdom may prove more valuable than divine righteousness." But not all divine manifestations brought comfort to those who witnessed them. In the depths of the Anarok desert, where few mortals dared to tread, Set materialized in a form that seemed to absorb light itself. The god of evil serpents and betrayal took the shape of a tall, gaunt man, whose skin bore scales that shifted color like oil on water, whose eyes were pits of yellow flame that promised nothing but malice. Even in mortal form, Set's presence poisoned the very air around him, causing cacti to wither and sand to turn black beneath his feet. Unlike his divine brethren who found themselves confused by mortality, Set embraced his new limitations with the calculating mind that had made him a master of treachery. If the gods were to be mortal, then mortal rules applied. And in the mortal world, the clever and ruthless often prospered, while the noble and just struggled against the weight of their own principles. So, Set hissed to the empty desert, his forked tongue tasting the dry air. "The Hidden One thinks to teach us humility through flesh. How little he understands the lessons of serpents, who shed their skin only to emerge stronger than before." In the Moonshae Isles, where ancient druidic traditions still held sway over daily life, the manifestation of Miliki brought wonder to the northern forests. The Lady of the Forest appeared as a ranger woman of stunning natural beauty, her hair the color of autumn leaves, her eyes reflecting the deep green of old-growth woodland. Animals that had fled from the other gods' chaotic arrivals instead flocked to her, sensing in her avatar form the same nurturing spirit they had always known from her distant blessings. Yet even Miliki, goddess of nature and rangers, found herself struggling with the profound shift in her existence. The vast network of natural awareness that had once connected her to every tree, every stream, every creature in the wild, was suddenly compressed into the narrow focus of mortal perception. She could still sense the forest around her, but it was like looking at the world through a keyhole after having seen it from the mountaintop. "The balance is broken," she whispered to a white stag that nuzzled her hand with unusual boldness. "And we who maintained it are now subject to it instead." Perhaps nowhere was the shock of divine mortality felt more keenly than in the great city of Athkatla, where Joaquin, goddess of trade and wealth, materialized in the middle of the merchant quarter's busiest marketplace. The Golden Lady appeared in robes that seemed spun from literal gold thread, her every movement accompanied by the soft chiming of invisible coins. Merchants who had invoked her name in countless transactions now stood frozen in awe and terror, uncertain whether to worship or flee. But Joaquin herself was discovering that divine authority meant little when trapped in mortal flesh. The complex web of trade agreements, economic influences, and financial power that she had once managed with divine omniscience now seemed impossibly tangled. Worse, she could feel something she had never experienced before: physical hunger. The avatar form required sustenance, and the goddess who had overseen the acquisition of wealth for millennia found herself contemplating the profoundly mortal concept of poverty. "My lady," stammered Jorik Ironhand, a dwarven merchant who had built his fortune through shrewd dealings and faithful devotion to the Golden Lady. What does this mean? Are the markets to close? Is trade to cease?" Joaquin's laugh held an edge of hysteria that made nearby traders step back in alarm. "Cease? Good dwarf. Trade may be all that saves us now. For if gods must eat and sleep and shelter themselves like mortals, then even we must learn to pay the price of survival." In the forest of Tether, where elven communities had maintained their ancient ways for thousands of years, the arrival of Corellin Larethian brought both joy and deep concern to his faithful. The father of all elves appeared in a form of androgynous beauty that seemed to shift between masculine and feminine with each movement. His features a perfect blend of every elven ideal. Silver hair flowed like liquid moonlight, and eyes that held the wisdom of ages gazed upon the mortal realm with new understanding. Yet even Kelemvor, who had created the elven race and guided them through countless ages, found himself struggling with the limitations of mortal perception. The timeless perspective that had allowed him to see the long patterns of history, to guide his people with patient wisdom across the centuries, was suddenly compressed into the immediate urgency of mortal experience. Every moment felt weighted with consequence in a way that divine omniscience had never prepared him for. "Lord Kelemvor," spoke Sylviana Moonwhisper, eldest of the moon elves who dwelt in the forest's heart, "your people stand ready to serve, but we fear for what this change portends." The elven deity's response carried both the ancient wisdom of his divine nature and the new uncertainty of mortal limitation. "As do I, my daughter, as do I." But perhaps no divine manifestation created more immediate chaos than that of Cyric, the relatively young god of murder, lies, and strife. The Prince of Lies appeared in the city of Gentil Keep, stronghold of the Gentirim, in a form that seemed designed to unsettle all who looked upon him. Tall and lean with sharp features and eyes that held no warmth, Cyric's avatar radiated an aura of barely contained violence that made even hardened criminals nervous. Unlike the other gods who struggled with their newfound mortality, Cyric seemed energized by it. The god who had once been mortal himself, who had climbed to divinity through betrayal and murder, understood better than his ancient peers how to operate within mortal limitations. Where they saw constraint, he saw opportunity. Where they felt diminished, he felt the familiar thrill of having something to gain through cunning and ruthlessness. So, Cyric spoke to Falzul Shembril, high priest of Bane and leader of the Gentirim. "The great gods are made low, reduced to flesh and blood and mortal fear. Tell me, priest, in such times, who do you think will prove most adept at playing by mortal rules?" The priest's response was careful, diplomatic, recognizing that even a mortal god remained infinitely more dangerous than any earthly power. "My lord, surely your wisdom in such matters exceeds that of mortals such as myself." Cyric's smile was a thing of terrible beauty, like a blade hidden in silk. "Indeed it does, and I suspect, before this trial is ended, many of my divine siblings will learn to regret their centuries of comfortable distance from the sharp realities of mortal existence." As the first day of the time of troubles wore on, the gods began to adapt to their situation with varying degrees of success. Some, like Cyric and Set, embraced the challenge with calculating enthusiasm. Others, like Suna and Joaquin, struggled to reconcile their divine nature with mortal limitations. Still others, like Tyr and Kelemvor, approached their exile with stoic determination, seeking to understand the lesson that Ao intended them to learn. But all of them, regardless of their portfolio or temperament, began to understand that this was no temporary inconvenience. The absence of the tablets of fate had created a crisis that would not be easily resolved. They were trapped in the mortal realm until the tablets were recovered, and recovery would require them to operate within constraints they had not faced since their original ascension to godhood. As night fell over Fashrun, bringing an end to the first day of divine exile, the gods faced another uniquely mortal experience: the need for rest. Bodies that had never known fatigue now ached with exhaustion. Minds that had never required sleep found themselves growing heavy with weariness. For beings who had existed beyond time, the simple passage of hours now carried weight and meaning. Some gods found shelter among their faithful, accepting the worship and protection of their mortal followers. Others, driven by pride or paranoia, sought solitude in wild places where they could grapple with their changed nature away from mortal eyes. All of them, however, began to grasp a fundamental truth that would shape everything that followed in the mortal realm. Survival required more than divine authority. It required adaptation, alliances, and the kind of practical wisdom that only comes from facing genuine consequence. The stage was set for a drama unlike any in the history of creation. Gods would learn what it meant to hunger and thirst, to bleed and heal, to hope and fear. And in learning these mortal truths, they would discover aspects of themselves that eons of divine existence had never revealed. The time of troubles had begun, and nothing would ever be the same. Chapter 3. Mystra's First Death. There are moments in the chronicles of creation when duty and love collide with such force that the very foundations of reality crack beneath the impact. When an immovable object of absolute loyalty meets an unstoppable force of desperate need, the universe itself holds its breath to witness the outcome. Such was the confrontation between Mystra, Lady of Mysteries, and Helm, the Vigilant One, at the gates between mortal and divine realms, a meeting that would shatter the weave itself and plunge all magic into chaos. 3 days had passed since the great casting down, and already the effects of divine exile were rippling through the fabric of reality. Spells that had worked with perfect precision for centuries now flickered unpredictably. Wizards found their most reliable incantations producing unexpected results, while clerics discovered their divine magic weakening as their gods struggled with mortal limitations. At the heart of this growing chaos stood Mystra, whose very essence was intertwined with the magical forces that bound the multiverse together. The goddess of magic had taken refuge in a tower that belonged to one of her most devoted servants, Azuth, the High One, god of wizards and magical knowledge. Even in avatar form, Mystra's presence caused the air itself to shimmer with residual arcane energy, and every magical item within a mile radius hummed with sympathetic resonance. But beneath her otherworldly beauty, hair that moved like liquid starlight, eyes that held the depth of eternity, lay a growing desperation that threatened to consume her entirely. The weave grows weaker with each passing hour, she confided to Azuth, whose own avatar form appeared as an ancient wizard, whose beard seemed woven from threads of pure magical force. I can feel it fraying at the edges, becoming unstable. If this continues, all magic will become wild magic, unpredictable and dangerous. Azuth nodded gravely, his ancient wisdom understanding the implications better than most. The mortal realm was never meant to contain your full divine essence, even in avatar form. The constraints of flesh limit your ability to maintain the magical balance. Mystra turned toward the window, gazing up at the celestial sphere where she knew the entrance to the divine realms remained sealed. Somewhere beyond that barrier lay her true home, her celestial realm where the weave originated and where she could restore the stability that magic desperately needed. But Io's decree had been absolute. No god could return to the heavens while the tablets of fate remained missing. Yet as the hours passed and she felt the growing chaos in magical energies across multiple planes of existence, Mystra began to contemplate the unthinkable. What if she tried to force her way back? What if the needs of the entire multiverse outweighed even Ao's divine command? After all, she told herself, she was not fleeing responsibility or avoiding punishment. She was trying to prevent a magical catastrophe that could destroy countless worlds. The more she considered this course of action, the more reasonable it seemed. She was Mystra, the Lady of Mysteries, guardian of all magical knowledge. Surely Ao would understand that her situation was unique, that the stability of magic itself depended on her presence in the celestial realms. Perhaps this was even a test, a challenge to see if she possessed the courage to act when the greater good demanded it. As dawn broke on the 4th day of divine exile, Mystra made her fateful decision. She would attempt to return to the heavens, not out of arrogance or defiance, but out of necessity. The weave needed her, and she would not allow it to collapse simply because of one god's crime in stealing the tablets of fate. The celestial stairway that connected the mortal realm to the divine planes manifested differently, depending on who sought to use it and where they made the attempt. For Mystra, approaching from the floating city of Myth Draenor, where magical energies ran strongest, it appeared as a spiral of pure silver light that rose from the city's highest spire into the star-filled void above. Each step was formed from crystallized moonbeams, and the entire structure hummed with the harmonic frequencies of the spheres themselves. But standing at the base of that celestial stairway, immobile as a mountain, and twice as implacable, was Helm. The Vigilant One had not been cast down with the other gods, for his role was unique among the divine pantheon. Helm was duty incarnate, the eternal guardian, whose purpose transcended even the crisis that had exiled his divine siblings. Commanded that no god could return to the heavens, and Helm would enforce that command with the same unwavering dedication that had made him the most trusted guardian in all creation. His avatar form reflected his divine nature perfectly, a figure clad in full plate armor that seemed forged from the concept of protection itself. A great helm that concealed his features, while 2 points of brilliant light burned where his eyes should be. In his massive hands he held a sword whose blade was inscribed with every oath of guardianship ever sworn, and on his arm rested a shield that had never known defeat. He stood at the base of the celestial stairway like a living fortress, and his very presence radiated the absolute certainty of immovable purpose. Mystra, his voice rumbled like distant thunder, carrying neither warmth nor coldness, only the weight of infinite duty. Turn back. None may pass while the Overgod's decree remains in effect. The Lady of Mysteries approached slowly, her avatar form crackling with barely contained magical energy. Where her feet touched the ground, flowers of pure magical force bloomed and faded in endless cycles. Her voice, when she spoke, carried the harmonics of 1,000 spells spoken in perfect unison. Helm, old friend, surely you understand the necessity of my return. The weave grows unstable with each passing moment. Magic itself is at risk. This is not about pride or comfort. This is about preventing a catastrophe that could unmake the very foundations of reality. Helm's helmeted head turned slightly, the burning points of his eyes focusing on her with laser intensity. I understand many things, Lady of Mysteries. I understand that the Overgod's wisdom exceeds our comprehension. I understand that my duty is clear and absolute. And I understand that no exception can be made, regardless of the reason offered. Mystra stepped closer, and the air between them began to crackle with competing energies, her wild magical force pressing against his implacable divine authority. Helm, listen to me. Wizards across 12 worlds are losing control of their spells. The barriers between planes are weakening. If the weave collapses entirely, the damage will take eons to repair. If it can be repaired at all, then perhaps, Helm replied with devastating simplicity. That is the lesson AO intends for all of us to learn. That some prices are worth paying to maintain cosmic order. The goddess of magic felt frustration building within her avatar form, a purely mortal emotion that she had never experienced with such intensity during her divine existence. In the celestial realms, disagreements between gods were matters of philosophical debate, resolved through divine wisdom and cosmic perspective. But trapped in mortal flesh, subject to mortal urgency and mortal fear, Mystra found herself consumed by the desperate need to act. I will not stand by and watch magic die because of one god's theft and another god's stubborn adherence to absolute rules, she declared, raising her hands as arcane power began to swirl around her in visible spirals of force. Stand aside, Helm. I do not wish to fight you, but I will not be prevented from doing what must be done. Helm drew his sword in one fluid motion, the blade singing with the harmonic frequency of absolute duty. His shield rose to guard position, and his stance shifted to the defensive posture that had protected the gates of heaven since the dawn of creation. Then you choose to defy not merely my guardianship, but Ao himself. So be it. I have stood vigil against threats both external and internal. If you would pass, Lady of Mysteries, you must first overcome the guardian whom Ao himself appointed to this task. What followed was not truly a battle in any conventional sense, for both combatants were beings of such cosmic power that their conflict transcended mere physical violence. When Mystra unleashed her magical force, reality itself bent around her will. Spells that could level mountains erupted from her gestures, while the very air became charged with raw arcane energy that could alter the fundamental laws of physics. But Helm was duty made manifest, protection given divine form. Every spell that Mystra hurled at him broke like ocean waves against the unyielding shore of his purpose. His sword carved through her magical constructs as if they were morning mist, while his shield deflected energies that could have unmade lesser deities entirely. "You cannot win this fight, Mystra," Helm called out as he advanced through a storm of magical force that turned the air around them into a kaleidoscope of impossible colors. "Not because you lack power, but because you fight against the very concept of duty itself. And duty, once accepted, becomes stronger than any force in creation." Mystra's response was to gather every fragment of magical energy she could reach, drawing power from ley lines that stretched across continents, from the dreams of sleeping wizards, from the very fabric of the weave itself. Her avatar form began to glow with such intensity that looking directly at her would have blinded mortal eyes, and the air around her crackled with enough arcane force to power every spell ever cast. "Then let us see," she said, her voice now carrying the harmonic frequency of every magical word ever spoken, "whether duty can withstand necessity." The final exchange between them was less a battle than a cosmic collision. Mystra poured every ounce of her divine essence into one titanic spell, designed not to destroy Helm, but to simply push him aside, to create a gap in his defenses through which she could slip past and ascend the celestial stairway. It was magic on a scale that dwarfed anything ever attempted by mortal wizards, a working of such complexity and power that it threatened to tear holes in the fabric of reality itself. But Helm's response was equally absolute. He did not seek to counter her magic with magic of his own, for that was not his nature. Instead, he simply stood in perfect, unwavering opposition to her will. His divine essence, entirely devoted to the concept of guardianship, became an immovable point around which her magical assault had no choice but to break. When unstoppable force meets immovable object, something must give way. In this case, what gave way was the delicate balance that had contained Mystra's divine essence within her avatar form. The magical backlash from her failed assault, combined with the strain of channeling such enormous power through mortal flesh, proved too much for even her divine nature to contain. The explosion that followed was visible from 3 planes of existence simultaneously. A column of pure magical force erupted skyward from the floating city of Mythdraenor, tearing through dimensional barriers and sending shockwaves across the weave itself. The celestial stairway shattered like crystal struck by lightning, its fragments scattering across the astral plane in a shower of silver light. And at the center of that cosmic detonation, Mystra's avatar form simply ceased to exist. Helm, thrown backward by the force of the explosion but otherwise unharmed, picked himself up from the crystalline rubble that had once been the stairway's foundation. His armor bore no mark from the magical assault. His stance remained as steady as ever, but the burning points of light behind his helm's visor flickered with something that might have been regret. "Duty demands sacrifice," he spoke to the empty air where Mystra had stood moments before. "But understanding the necessity does not make the price any easier to bear." The death of Mystra's avatar sent shockwaves through every plane of existence where magic held sway. Across Faerun, wizards in the midst of casting spells found their magic simply failing, the words of power becoming empty syllables on their tongues. Magical items flickered and went dark. Enchantments that had endured for centuries unraveled in the space of heartbeats. But more than that, the weave itself, the invisible network of magical energy that connected all things and made controlled magic possible, began to come apart at the seams. Without Mystra's divine consciousness to guide and stabilize it, the fundamental forces of magic became chaotic and unpredictable. What had been the most reliable force in the universe suddenly became its most dangerous. In towers and colleges across the world, archmages who had devoted their lives to the study of magic watched in horror as their most basic spells produced wildly random effects. A simple light cantrip might create a pillar of flame, or turn the caster's hair blue, or open a temporary portal to the Shadowfell. Greater magics became so unpredictable that only the most desperate or foolish dared attempt them. Yet even as the magical community reeled from this catastrophe, forces were already in motion that would determine who, if anyone, might inherit Mystra's divine portfolio. For while the Lady of Mysteries was dead, the fundamental need for magic in the universe remained, and where there is need, there is opportunity for those bold enough or desperate enough to seize it. In a small village called Arabelle, a young sorceress named Midnight felt the death of Mystra like a physical blow to her soul. The magical energy that she had always drawn upon so naturally suddenly became wild and chaotic, burning through her like liquid fire. But rather than destroying her as it had countless other spellcasters, something within her began to adapt, to channel and contain the chaos in ways that should have been impossible for any mortal. The time of troubles had claimed its first divine casualty, but it had also created the conditions for new powers to rise. In the smoking ruins of what had once been the most stable force in creation, the seeds of transformation had been planted, and those seeds would grow into legends that would reshape the very nature of divinity itself. Mystra was dead, the weave was broken, and magic had become mankind's most dangerous enemy. But in the cosmic balance that governed all things, every ending was also a beginning, every death a potential birth. The question now was not whether magic would survive this crisis, but what form it would take when it emerged from the chaos that was only just beginning. Chapter 4. The Magic Plague Begins. When the foundation upon which civilization rests suddenly crumbles, the edifice built atop it does not fall gracefully. It collapses in chaos, taking with it not just structures of stone and mortar, but the very assumptions that allowed people to navigate their world with confidence. Magic had been that foundation for countless civilizations across Faerun, as reliable as sunrise, and as predictable as the tides. Now, with Mystra's death, that foundation had become quicksand, and the realm teetered on the edge of an abyss deeper than any physical chasm. The first signs of what scholars would later call the magic plague manifested within hours of the goddess's destruction. In the great library of Candlekeep, where the accumulated magical knowledge of millennia was housed in carefully warded tomes, the protective enchantments that had safeguarded those books for centuries began to fail in cascading waves. Ancient spellbooks erupted into flame as the very words of power inscribed upon their pages became too chaotic to contain. Scrolls that had held their magic for decades unraveled their spells in random bursts of energy that turned stone to glass and air to water. Ulront, the keeper of tomes and one of the realm's most learned wizards, stood helplessly in his sanctum as centuries of magical research literally dissolved before his eyes. A man who had devoted his entire life to understanding the precise laws that governed arcane forces now watched those laws rewrite themselves, moment by moment, in patterns that defied all logic. "The weave," he whispered to his assistant, a young monk named Gorion, who had shown promise as a scholar of magical theory. "It's not just broken. It's become alive. Chaotic. It changes faster than we can observe it, let alone understand it." Gorion nodded grimly as he watched a simple preservation spell meant to protect a nearby manuscript, instead, transform the parchment into a flock of paper birds that flew in circles around the chamber, before bursting into multicolored flame. "Master, perhaps we should evacuate the library, if these magical surges continue." The old wizard's laugh held no humor. "Evacuate, my boy. This is not a fire that we can simply flee. This chaos is spreading through every magical current in existence. There is nowhere to run from this storm." In the city of Waterdeep, the effects of the magic plague struck with even more immediate and terrifying consequences. The City of Splendors had always relied heavily on magical conveniences, enchanted street lamps that provided illumination, permanent illusions that served as advertising displays, magical communications networks that allowed instant contact across the vast metropolis. Within a single day, all of these carefully maintained systems began to fail in spectacular and dangerous ways. Street lamps, designed to provide gentle illumination instead, blazed with the intensity of miniature suns, forcing citizens to flee the main thoroughfares or risk being blinded. The magical lifts that carried people between the city's many levels suddenly became death traps as their levitation enchantments fluctuated wildly, dropping passengers dozens of feet or launching them uncontrollably toward the ceiling. But nowhere was the chaos more evident than in the city's magical academies, where young students who had been learning to harness arcane forces suddenly found themselves wielding powers that obeyed no known laws. At the Academy of Blackstaff Tower, Kelvin Arunson, one of the most powerful wizards in the realm, worked desperately to contain the magical chaos that threatened to tear his institution apart from within. "Everyone stop casting," he commanded, as he strode through halls where the very air crackled with unstable energy. "No spells, no cantrips, nothing. Every magical working is making this worse." But even as he spoke, a first-year student attempting the simplest of exercises, a basic light spell that should have produced nothing more than a gentle glow, instead created a miniature thunderstorm that raged in the confines of the classroom. Lightning struck randomly while rain fell upward, and the young woman at the center of it all wept in terror as power she could not control poured through her. Kelvin approached carefully, his own considerable magical abilities held in rigid check, as he recognized that any spell he cast might interact catastrophically with the chaotic energies already in motion. "Easy, child," he called over the sound of thunder. "Do not try to control it. Simply let it pass through you and dissipate naturally." But the student, overwhelmed by forces beyond her comprehension, instinctively tried to contain the magic as she had been taught. The result was an explosion of force that shattered every window in the tower and sent magical shock waves rippling through the city's ward system. When the dust settled, both student and teacher were unconscious, and the classroom had been transformed into a perfect replica of a forest glade from some distant plane of existence. The news of Mystra's death spread with the speed of wildfire, carried not by conventional messengers, but by the very breakdown of magical order itself. Every wizard, sorcerer, and hedge witch across the continent felt the goddess's passing as a physical wound, a tearing sensation in their souls that left them weakened and disoriented. But it was the priests of Mystra, those who had devoted their lives to serving the Lady of Mysteries, who suffered most acutely. In the Temple of Mystra, in the city of Raven's Bluff, High Priestess Silune Silverhand collapsed at her altar as the divine connection that had sustained her for decades simply vanished. The sacred flames that had burned continuously for centuries guttered and died, leaving the temple in darkness that seemed to press against the soul. Around her, lesser priests wept openly as they felt their goddess's presence fade from their minds like a half-remembered dream. "She is gone," Silune whispered, her voice barely audible in the suddenly profane silence of what had been Farron's most sacred magical site. "The Lady of Mysteries has passed beyond our reach, and we are left alone to face this chaos." But even as organized magical institutions struggled to cope with the catastrophe, individual practitioners across the realm found themselves confronting the new reality in their own desperate ways. In the village of Evening Star, Tesseril Winter, the local lord and a skilled mage in her own right, discovered that her attempts to use magic to help her people had become as dangerous as any enemy army. When reports reached her of a fire threatening the village granary, Tesseril instinctively reached for a spell to quench the flames. What emerged from her gestures was not water, but a torrent of acid that dissolved the burning building entirely, along with several nearby structures that had been in no danger from the original fire. The grain that should have fed her people through the winter was not just destroyed but transformed into a writhing mass of snake-like creatures that slithered away into the surrounding countryside. "My lady," called one of her advisors, a practical woman named Dove, who had never trusted magic even in the best of times. "Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from casting spells until this crisis passes." Tesseril stared at her hands as if they belonged to a stranger. "Refrain, Dove? I have used magic to protect and serve this community for 20 years. It is not just what I do, it is who I am. How does one simply stop being oneself? Yet across the realm, that was exactly what thousands of magic users were being forced to learn. The wandering minstrel, who had always used simple enchantments to enhance his performances, found that his songs now summoned creatures from the plane of air that refused to depart. The village hedge witch, whose healing magic had saved countless lives, watched in horror as her attempts to cure a child's fever instead transformed the boy into a creature of living flame that raced screaming into the forest. In the great city of Suzail, the court wizards of Cormyr gathered in emergency session to address a crisis that threatened the very foundations of their kingdom. The Purple Dragons, Cormyr's elite military force, had always relied on magical support in their battles against the kingdom's enemies. Magical communication allowed instant coordination across vast distances. Enchanted weapons gave them advantages over less sophisticated foes. Protective spells shielded them from hostile magic. All of that was now worse than useless. It was actively dangerous. The Border Watch reports that their sending spells are producing completely random messages, reported Vangardahast, the realm's royal magician, his usually confident demeanor shaken by the magnitude of the crisis. Yesterday's strategic communications were received as recipes for cake, romantic poetry, and in one case, what appeared to be the mating calls of some kind of extraplanar beast. King Azun IV, a man more comfortable with sword and shield than staff and spell, nevertheless understood the implications better than most. And our defensive enchantments? Unpredictable at best, catastrophic at worst, Vangardahast admitted. The wards protecting the palace have turned 3 servants into talking animals, created a permanent fog in the east wing that smells of rotting fish, and yesterday briefly opened what appeared to be a portal to the 9 hells in the throne room. The king was quiet for a long moment, contemplating the reality that his kingdom's magical infrastructure, built up over centuries of careful cultivation, had become a liability overnight. Then we proceed without magic, he said finally. We return to the old ways, at least until this madness passes. But even as kings and nobles made their pragmatic calculations, the common people of Faerun faced the collapse of magical order with a mixture of terror and desperate hope. In farming communities that had relied on weather magic to ensure good harvests, families watched helplessly as their fields were subjected to randomly shifting seasons. Crops that had been thriving under magical enhancement suddenly withered as the spells sustaining them twisted into curses that drained life from the soil. In the trading city of Baldur's Gate, merchants who had built their fortunes on magically preserved goods watched their warehouses become scenes of chaotic transformation. Preserved foods spoiled instantly, or transformed into exotic substances that defied categorization. Magical containers designed to hold more than their apparent size instead began producing endless streams of random objects. One merchant reported that his enchanted strongbox had disgorged 17 live chickens, a small tree, and what appeared to be a miniature dragon before he managed to close it. Yet, amid all this chaos, there were those who began to see opportunity in the magical catastrophe. In the criminal underworld of Athkatla, thieves and cutthroats who had always envied the advantages that magic gave to their rivals now found themselves operating on more equal footing. When magic itself had become unreliable, skill and cunning regained their traditional value. "This is our time," declared Bodhi Irenicus, a vampire who had long chafed at the magical protections that had limited her activities. The wizards cower in their towers, afraid to cast so much as a cantrip. The priests have lost their divine favor. For the first time in centuries, the playing field has been leveled, but perhaps nowhere was the impact of the magic plague more profound than in the lives of those who had been born with innate magical abilities. Sorcerers, whose power came from within rather than from careful study and preparation, found themselves particularly vulnerable to the chaotic energies that now pervaded the weave. Many simply lost their abilities entirely, becoming ordinary mortals overnight. Others discovered that their powers had twisted into something alien and dangerous. In the small village of Arabel, A young woman named Midnight found herself at the center of this magical chaos in ways she could not yet understand. Where other sorcerers were losing their abilities or watching them become uncontrollable, Midnight discovered that she could still cast spells with relative reliability. The magic that flowed through her seemed to adapt to the chaos around it, finding stable channels even in the midst of the magical storm. She stood in the village square, surrounded by the evidence of magical catastrophe, a fountain that now spouted liquid moonlight instead of water, trees whose leaves had turned to crystal, a well that seemed to extend infinitely downward into starry void. Yet when she raised her hands and spoke a word of power, a simple light spell produced exactly the effect she intended. No more and no less. How? She whispered to herself, staring at the steady glow that emanated from her palm. How is this possible when everyone else? The answer to that question lay in forces beyond her current understanding, in the cosmic mechanisms that governed the transfer of divine power and the selection of new gods. But even as Midnight pondered this mystery, she began to understand that her strange immunity to the magical chaos might make her either the realm's salvation or its greatest danger. The magic plague had begun, and its effects would ripple through every aspect of civilized life in Faerun. Magic-dependent societies crumbled overnight. Ancient traditions became impossible to maintain. The very concept of reliable knowledge came under assault as the laws that had governed magical practice for millennia proved to be as fragile as morning mist. Yet in this breakdown of the old order lay the seeds of something new. For when the established structures of power collapse, when the rules that have governed existence for ages suddenly no longer apply, extraordinary individuals can rise to heights that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. The time of troubles had shattered the foundations of magical civilization, but from those shattered pieces, new foundations might yet be built. The question was not whether the realm would survive this magical catastrophe, but what form it would take when it emerged from the chaos. And that answer would depend on the choices made by a handful of extraordinary individuals who found themselves thrust into circumstances where their decisions could reshape the very nature of divinity itself. Chapter 5. Cyric the Mortal Rises. Ambition, when it burns hot enough, can transform even the humblest origins into the foundation for cosmic significance. History is filled with tales of those who rose from nothing to reshape the world, but few such ascensions have been as meteoric or as morally complex as that of Cyric of Gentle Keep. A common thief whose greatest talent lay in surviving by his wits, he would become one of the most pivotal figures in the time of troubles, proving that in moments of cosmic chaos, cunning and ruthlessness can matter more than noble birth or divine favor. In the smoke-filled taverns of Gentle Keep, where the Gentirim conducted their business in shadows and whispers, Cyric had been nothing more than another face in the crowd, a young man whose quick fingers and quicker tongue had earned him a precarious living on the edges of respectability. He was handsome in a dangerous way, with dark hair and darker eyes that seemed to promise secrets worth knowing and risks worth taking. But beneath that attractive surface lay a hunger that gnawed at him constantly, a desire for something more than the petty crimes and small-time schemes that had defined his early life. "You think too small, my friend," he would tell Kelemvor during their youth, when they had been nothing more than two young criminals looking for their next opportunity. "While you worry about honor and curses, I see possibilities everywhere. The world is full of people who have more than they need and less imagination than they deserve. Someone clever enough to redistribute that wealth more efficiently could build quite a comfortable life." Even then, those who knew him best could sense that Cyric's ambitions extended far beyond comfortable crime. He studied the power structures around him with the intensity of a scholar, mapping the relationships between the Gentirim's various factions, understanding how information flowed through the organization's networks, learning which pressures could be applied to which individuals to achieve desired results. Where other criminals saw only immediate opportunities for theft or violence, Cyric saw a complex system that could be manipulated by someone who understood its hidden mechanisms. The time of troubles had provided exactly the kind of opportunity that Cyric had been unconsciously preparing for his entire life. When gods themselves became mortal and vulnerable, when the fundamental laws of reality became negotiable rather than absolute, a man with his particular combination of skills found himself uniquely positioned to rise far above his humble origins. His first major breakthrough had come through careful observation, rather than dramatic action. While other mortals reacted to the divine crisis with fear or reverence, Cyric watched and listened, gathering information about which gods had been cast down where, which divine artifacts might be available for claiming, which power structures were crumbling, and which were adapting to the new reality. He built networks of informants and allies, not through intimidation but through the far more effective method of making himself useful to people who had useful information to share. The gods are mortal now, he explained to a gathering of Ttrpg operatives, who had come to see him as a source of valuable intelligence about the crisis. That means they have mortal weaknesses. They can be killed, they can be deceived, they can be manipulated. More importantly, they can be replaced. Divine power is no longer the exclusive province of ancient cosmic entities. It's become a prize that can be won by anyone clever enough to understand the game and ruthless enough to play it properly. This philosophy had put him on a collision course with destiny when he encountered the band of heroes who would become his traveling companions. Midnight's magical abilities had marked her as someone worth cultivating as an ally, while Kelemvor's growing connection to divine power made him both valuable friend and potential rival. Adon's crisis of faith presented opportunities for manipulation that Cyric was quick to recognize and exploit. But it was the quest for the tablets of fate that truly allowed Cyric's ambitions to flourish. While his companions saw the cosmic artifacts as tools for ending the crisis and restoring divine order, Cyric recognized them for what they truly were: the keys to ultimate power, the means by which cosmic law itself could be rewritten according to the will of whoever possessed them. Every step of their journey became, for him, a careful campaign to position himself to claim that power when the opportunity arose. His methods were subtle, but effective. Rather than openly challenging his companions' leadership or questioning their goals, he made himself indispensable through careful demonstrations of his usefulness. When they needed information, his network of contacts provided it. When they faced obstacles that required cunning rather than strength, his plans proved effective. When moral dilemmas threatened to paralyze them with indecision, his pragmatic solutions kept them moving forward. Leadership isn't about giving orders, he confided to Midnight during one of their night watches, his voice carrying the kind of intimate sincerity that made people want to trust him. It's about being the person others turn to when they need problems solved. Give people what they need, when they need it, and they'll follow you anywhere, even into situations they would never choose for themselves. The corruption that would eventually consume Cyric began not as dramatic moral collapse, but as a series of small compromises justified by larger goals. When they encountered obstacles that could be overcome through deception, he crafted the necessary lies with artistic precision. When enemies needed to be eliminated, he handled the killing with efficient dispatch. When allies required motivation that truth alone could not provide, he provided inspiring fictions that served the immediate purpose. Each compromise made the next one easier. Each successful manipulation increased his confidence in such methods, and each step down the dark path felt like practical wisdom rather than moral degradation. He was not becoming evil, he told himself. He was becoming effective. And in a cosmos where gods themselves had proven fallible, effectiveness seemed like the only virtue that truly mattered. The first clear sign of his transformation came during their encounter with a group of refugees fleeing the magical chaos that had consumed their homeland. The displaced families had little to offer in terms of material wealth, but their desperation made them valuable in other ways, as sources of information, as potential recruits, as bargaining chips in negotiations with other powers. Where his companions saw suffering mortals who deserved help, Cyric saw resources that could be exploited for strategic advantage. "We can't save everyone," he argued, when Midnight expressed reluctance to abandon the refugees to their fate. "Our mission is too important to be derailed by every tragic situation we encounter. Sometimes the greatest kindness is the harsh efficiency that achieves larger goals, rather than the sentimental charity that accomplishes nothing. His logic was flawless, his reasoning unassailable, and his conclusions completely wrong in ways that he was no longer capable of recognizing. The hunger that had always driven him had grown beyond mere ambition into something approaching cosmic appetite, a desire not just for power, but for the kind of absolute authority that would never again leave him vulnerable to the whims of fate or the decisions of others. The transformation accelerated when they began recovering artifacts of divine power. Each magical item they claimed, each fragment of godly essence they encountered, seemed to feed the darkness growing within him. But more than that, exposure to genuine divine power began to awaken something within Cyric that had perhaps always been there, a connection to the cosmic forces that governed murder, lies, and strife. Where other mortals who touched divine essence were ennobled or destroyed by the experience, Cyric found himself enhanced, his natural talents amplified until his capacity for deception and manipulation reached supernatural levels. He could lie with such conviction that reality itself seemed to bend around his words. He could manipulate others with such subtle skill that they believed his suggestions were their own ideas, and when violence became necessary, he could kill with a precision and efficiency that bordered on the artistic. "You're changing," Kelemvor observed during one of their increasingly rare moments of private conversation. "I can see it in your eyes, hear it in your voice. Whatever power you're tapping into, it's consuming the person you used to be." Cyric's response revealed how complete his transformation had already become. "The person I used to be was weak," he said with the cold certainty of someone who had convinced himself that strength was the only virtue worth pursuing. Bound by sentimentality, limited by moral constraints that served no purpose except to ensure failure. The cosmos doesn't reward the pure of heart, Kel. It rewards those who understand how power actually works, and who have the courage to use that understanding. By the time they reached the final confrontation with Bane and the struggle for the Tablets of Fate, Cyric was no longer truly one of the heroes seeking to save the world. He was a predator moving among them, waiting for the moment when their noble intentions would create the opportunity he needed to claim ultimate power for himself. The thief who had begun the crisis as a minor criminal had transformed himself into something far more dangerous, a mortal who thought like a god, and who possessed both the cunning and the ruthlessness to make that transformation literal. The cosmic forces that governed divine ascension had been watching him throughout his journey, recognizing in his evolution the kind of focused ambition that could serve their purposes. Murder, lies, and strife were fundamental aspects of existence that required divine oversight, and the traditional gods who had overseen those portfolios had proven inadequate to the task. What was needed was someone who understood these forces not as necessary evils to be reluctantly administered, but as tools to be wielded with precision and purpose. When the final battle ended, and the dust of cosmic conflict settled, Cyric stood among the survivors, not as a hero celebrating victory, but as a candidate for godhood, whose qualifications had been proven through trial by fire. He had demonstrated his capacity for the kind of moral flexibility that divine authority over dark portfolios required. He had shown his ability to manipulate others without being manipulated himself. Most importantly, he had proven his willingness to sacrifice anything and anyone, including his own humanity, for the sake of the power he craved. The transformation from mortal thief to god of murder and lies was not dramatic. It was simply the formal recognition of what Cyric had already become through his own choices and actions. The divine essence that flowed into him felt natural, familiar, like coming home after a long journey through foreign lands. This was what he had been preparing for his entire life, though he had not recognized it until the moment of apotheosis arrived. As the newly ascended god looked back on the path that had brought him to divinity, he felt no regret for the person he had been or the friends he had betrayed. Sentiment was a luxury for those who lacked the vision to see beyond immediate circumstances. He had achieved something that no mortal in recorded history had managed. He had successfully planned and executed his own ascension to godhood. using nothing more than intelligence, ambition, and the willingness to pay whatever price success demanded. The time of troubles had ended, but for Cyric it represented not conclusion but beginning. He now possessed the power to reshape reality according to his will, to reward those who served his purposes and eliminate those who opposed them. The cosmos had gained a new god, but whether that would prove to be blessing or curse remained to be seen. For Cyric had learned many things during his rise to divinity, but wisdom and compassion were not among them. Chapter 6. Kelemvor's Burden. There are those born to greatness who embrace their destiny with joy, and there are those who have greatness thrust upon them like a crown of thorns, heavy with responsibility and sharp with sacrifice. Kelemvor Lion's Bane belonged to the latter category, a man whose very bloodline carried both the promise of heroism and the curse of an ancient shame. In the chaos of the time of troubles, when gods walked as mortals grasped for divine power, his story would become one of the most tragic and beautiful transformations in all the annals of divinity. The Lion's Bane family had once been among the most honored knights of the realm, their ancestral home, a proud castle that commanded respect throughout the Dalelands. But that honor had been tainted generations ago by an act of greed so profound that it had literally cursed their bloodline. When a Lion's Bane ancestor had refused to help a stranger in need, demanding payment for what should have been freely given charity, that stranger had revealed herself to be a powerful witch whose curse would echo through the generations. "Let greed be your master," she had declared, as shadows gathered around her withered form, "and let it twist your noble hearts until love itself becomes commerce and kindness a transaction." The curse had manifested differently in each generation, but for Kelemvor, it took perhaps the cruelest form possible. Whenever he performed an act of genuine kindness or heroism without thought of reward, his body would begin to transform into a bestial form, part man, part panther, possessed of terrible strength, but stripped of human reasoning. Only when he acted out of selfish motivation could he remain fully human. It was a curse designed to corrupt the very soul, to teach a noble heart to think like a merchant, weighing every good deed against its cost. For most of his adult life, Kelemvor had struggled with this burden, becoming a sellsword not out of love for violence, but out of necessity. He could only help others if he was paid to do so, could only perform heroic acts if they were contracted services rather than spontaneous charity. It was a life that had made him bitter and cynical, watching other adventurers act out of pure motives while he was forced to negotiate payment before drawing his sword. But now, in the midst of the time of troubles, Kelemvor found himself traveling with companions who would change everything, companions who, unknown to any of them at the time, were destined to become gods themselves. The first was Midnight, the young sorceress whose strange ability to control chaotic magic had already marked her as someone extraordinary. Where other mages had been rendered powerless or dangerous by the collapse of the weave, she seemed to thrive, her spells working with an effectiveness that bordered on the miraculous. There was something about her that reminded Kelemvor of starlight, beautiful and distant, but possessed of an inner radiance that could guide travelers through the darkest night. The second was Cyric, and Kelemvor's relationship with the ambitious thief was as complex as it was dangerous. They had been friends once, in the hard-scrabble days of their youth when survival mattered more than morality. Cyric's quick wit and silver tongue had gotten them out of as many troubles as his schemes had gotten them into. But even then, Kelemvor had sensed something hungry in his friend's eyes, an ambition that seemed to devour everything it touched. "The old world is dying, Kel," Cyric would say, as they traveled the roads that had become dangerous with divine chaos. "When gods themselves can be killed, when magic itself becomes unreliable, the only thing a man can depend on is his own cunning, and I intend to be very cunning indeed." The third member of their unlikely fellowship was Adon, a priest of Suna, whose faith had been shattered by the goddess's exile to mortal form. The young cleric had devoted his life to serving the Lady of Beauty, only to discover that even divine beauty could be diminished by mortal flesh and fear. The crisis of faith that consumed him was almost painful to witness. A man who had built his entire identity around serving a perfect ideal, now forced to confront the reality that perfection itself might be an illusion. "If the gods can fall," Adon asked during one of their evening camps, staring into the fire with eyes that held too much sorrow for such a young face. "If they can be reduced to struggling with the same fears and limitations that plague mortals, then what does that say about the very nature of divinity? Are we worshipping beings who are simply more powerful than ourselves, or something truly transcendent?" It was Kelemvor who answered, though his response surprised even himself. "Perhaps," he said slowly, feeling the weight of his curse pressing against his thoughts. "The divine is not about being beyond struggle, but about how one chooses to face it. A god who has never known limitation cannot truly understand the mortals they guide. Maybe this exile will teach them something they could never learn from their celestial thrones." As their journey continued, following rumors and prophecies that spoke of artifacts that might resolve the cosmic crisis, Kelemvor began to notice something troubling about their group dynamic. Cyric's ambition was growing stronger with each passing day, fed by the knowledge that divine power was somehow within mortal reach. He spoke of the gods' mortality, not as a tragedy, but as an opportunity, hinting at plans that he shared with no one but expected others to support without question. Midnight, meanwhile, seemed increasingly burdened by her growing magical abilities. Each day brought new evidence that she was somehow connected to the chaotic forces that had been unleashed by Mystra's death. Spells that failed catastrophically, for other casters, worked perfectly in her hands. Magical knowledge that should have taken years to master came to her as naturally as breathing. It was as if some greater power was preparing her for a role she did not yet understand. "I dream of stars," she confided to Kelemvor during one of their night watches, when Cyric and Adon slept and they could speak without fear of being overheard. "Not the stars we see in the sky, but older stars, stranger ones. And in those dreams, there are voices calling my name, telling me that I must be ready for something. But ready for what?" Kelemvor felt his curse stir within him as he looked at her, recognizing the signs of genuine concern rather than the calculated interest he had trained himself to maintain. "Perhaps," he said carefully, "it is better not to know one's destiny too clearly. Knowledge of the future can become a prison as surely as any curse." But even as he spoke those words, Kelemvor was beginning to understand that his own destiny was becoming intertwined with hers in ways that his curse made both inevitable and tragic. For he was falling in love with Midnight, and love was the one emotion that his family's ancient burden made most dangerous of all. The curse had been designed to corrupt noble impulses, to turn selfless love into selfish transaction. But what happened when love itself refused to be commodified? What happened when the heart insisted on giving freely, despite the terrible? Kelemvor was beginning to discover that some prices were worth paying, even if the payment came in the form of his own humanity. Their quest eventually led them to the ancient stronghold of Bhaal, the Lord of Murder, whose divine avatar had been gathering mortal followers in preparation for some grand scheme. The fortress stood like a wound in the landscape, its black stones seeming to absorb light rather than reflect it, its very presence radiating an aura of death that made even brave warriors hesitate. "We don't have to do this," Cyric said as they approached the fortress, though his eyes gleamed with anticipation rather than fear. "There are other ways to recover the artifacts we seek, safer ways." But Kelemvor could see through his friend's false concern. Cyric wanted to enter that fortress, wanted to confront whatever power waited within its walls. The thief's ambition had grown beyond simple greed. He was beginning to think like a predator who sensed wounded prey. "No," Midnight said firmly, her voice carrying an authority that seemed to come from somewhere beyond her mortal knowledge. "This is where our path leads. The magic I feel emanating from that place, it's connected to everything that's been happening. If we want answers, if we want to help restore balance, we must face whatever waits for us inside." Adon nodded reluctantly, his hand moving to the holy symbol that no longer provided the comfort it once had. Then may whatever gods still listen grant us strength for what comes next. As they entered the fortress of Bhaal, Kelemvor felt his curse responding to the proximity of so much death and divine power. The beast within him stirred restlessly, sensing both opportunity and danger in equal measure. But more than that, he felt the weight of destiny settling on his shoulders like a mantle he had never asked to wear. The halls of the fortress were filled with the remnants of the Lord of Murder's mortal followers, cultists who had served their dark god with fanatical devotion, only to be abandoned when he fell to mortality like all the others. Their bodies lay scattered throughout the corridors, victims of their own rituals, or of the chaotic magic that had consumed them when Bhaal's divine power failed. But at the heart of the fortress, in a chamber carved from a single massive skull, they found something that none of them had expected. Bhaal himself, in avatar form, lay dying from wounds that no mortal weapon could have inflicted. The Lord of Murder had been betrayed by one of his own divine siblings, struck down in a conflict over the very artifacts they sought. So, Bhaal gasped as they approached, his voice like the whisper of wind through a graveyard. Mortals come to witness the death of death itself. How fitting! How poetic! Cyric stepped forward eagerly, recognizing opportunity when he saw it. Great Bhaal, we seek the artifacts that will restore order to the realms. Tell us where. But the dying god's eyes fixed not on Cyric, but on Kelemvor. You, Bhaal whispered, and something like recognition flickered in his fading gaze. I know you, warrior. I know the curse that drives you, the burden you bear, and I know the choice that awaits you. Kelemvor felt ice in his veins, as those ancient eyes studied him. What choice? Bhaal's laugh was like the sound of tombstones cracking. The choice between love and duty, between humanity and divinity. You love the sorceress, but love her freely, and your curse will destroy you. Yet, if you can find the strength to sacrifice that love for a greater purpose, the god's voice trailed off as his essence began to dissipate. What greater purpose? Kelemvor demanded, but Bhaal was already fading, his divine essence scattering like smoke on an unfelt wind. But even as the Lord of Murder died, something passed from him to Kelemvor, not power, exactly, but knowledge. Understanding of what death truly meant, of the role it played in the cosmic balance, of the terrible responsibility that came with guiding souls from life to whatever lay beyond. It was a burden that made his family curse seem like a minor inconvenience by comparison. Kiel, Midnight's voice seemed to come from very far away, though she stood right beside him. What's happening to you? Kelemvor looked at his hands, and saw that they were glowing with a soft silver light, the radiance of divine essence beginning to manifest. The curse that had plagued his family for generations was not disappearing, but it was transforming, becoming something larger and more terrible than mere bestial metamorphosis. I think, he said slowly, understanding beginning to dawn like a cold sunrise, I'm becoming something other than mortal. The irony was profound and heartbreaking. All his life, Kelemvor had struggled against a curse that prevented him from acting out of pure love and kindness. Now, as divine power began to flow through him, he was being offered the ultimate opportunity to help others, to become the guide for all souls passing from life to death. But accepting that divinity would mean leaving behind his mortal life, including his love for Midnight. It was the curse made cosmic in scope, the choice between selfish love and selfless duty, between human happiness and divine responsibility. And unlike the simple transformations of his earlier life, this choice would be permanent and irreversible. As they left the fortress, carrying with them both the artifacts they had sought and the terrible knowledge of what was to come, Kelemvor walked in silence beside Midnight. She seemed to sense the change in him, the weight of destiny that was settling more heavily on his shoulders with each passing hour. Whatever's happening to you, she said quietly, whatever you're becoming, remember that you still have choices. Destiny may set the stage, but we still choose how to play our parts. Kelemvor nodded, though he was beginning to understand that his choices were becoming increasingly narrow. The divine essence growing within him carried with it not just power, but purpose, a cosmic role that demanded everything he was and everything he might have been. The time of troubles was transforming them all, but perhaps none more profoundly than the cursed warrior who had spent his life learning to be selfish, only to discover that his greatest destiny lay in the ultimate act of selflessness. The question was not whether he would accept the mantle of godhood that seemed to be offered to him, but whether he could find the strength to pay the price that acceptance would demand. Love and duty stood poised for their final battle, and in that conflict lay the seeds of a transformation that would reshape the very nature of death itself. Chapter 7. Midnight's Ascension. There comes a moment in every great transformation when the old self must die for the new to be born, when the comfortable boundaries of mortal existence must be shattered to make room for something infinitely larger and more terrible. For most, this transformation is metaphorical, a gradual evolution of understanding and purpose. But for Midnight, a young sorceress from the small village of Arabelle, the transformation would be as literal as it was profound, demanding not just the death of who she had been, but the birth of a goddess who would hold the very foundations of magic in her inexperienced hands. In the weeks following their encounter with the dying Bhaal, Midnight had begun to understand that the strange stability of her magic was not a blessing, but a sign of something far more momentous approaching. While other spellcasters across Faerun continued to struggle with the chaotic energies that had been unleashed by Mystra's death, her own abilities grew stronger and more refined with each passing day. It was as if some invisible hand was preparing her for a role that her mortal mind could barely comprehend. The dreams had started first, visions that came not during sleep but in moments of deep magical concentration, when her consciousness touched the damaged weave and felt the echoes of divine presence that still lingered there. In these visions, she saw herself standing in a vast library that stretched beyond the horizon, its shelves lined with books that contained every spell ever conceived and every magical secret ever discovered. At the center of this impossible library stood a throne carved from a single massive crystal, and upon that throne sat a figure whose face was obscured by shifting veils of starlight. "The time approaches," the figure would say in a voice that harmonized with itself like a choir of infinite voices. "The weave requires a new guardian, a consciousness that can impose order upon chaos and stability upon change. But are you prepared for what such guardianship demands?" Each time Midnight tried to respond, tried to ask what was being asked of her, or why she had been chosen, the vision would fade, leaving her with only the memory of power beyond imagining and responsibility beyond bearing. She had begun to fear these dreams almost as much as she treasured them, for they showed her glimpses of a future that was both wondrous and terrifying in its implications. The physical changes had begun more recently. Where once her magic had required careful preparation and precise incantation, she now found that spells flowed from her as naturally as breath. Words of power formed themselves on her tongue without conscious thought, and gestures that should have taken years to master came to her with instinctive perfection. More troubling still, she had begun to perceive magical energies directly, seeing the weave itself as a vast network of silver threads that connected all things. "It's beautiful," she confided to Kelemvor during one of their evening camps, as they rested in the ruins of what had once been a wizard's tower. Around them, the remnants of magical experimentation glowed softly in the darkness, crystals that pulsed with residual energy, flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, stones that defied gravity by floating gently in the air. "But it's also terrifying. I can see how fragile it all is, how close to complete collapse. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only thing holding it together." Kelemvor looked at her, with eyes that held their own burden of approaching transformation. The divine essence that was growing within him had made him more sensitive to the cosmic forces at work around them, and he could see the nimbus of power that surrounded Midnight like a second skin. "Perhaps," he said carefully, "that feeling is more accurate than you realize." Their conversation was interrupted by Cyric's return from his scouting mission. the ambitious thief moving through the ruins with the predatory grace that had become more pronounced as the time of troubles progressed. Where midnight was being prepared for responsibility and Kelemvor for sacrifice, Cyric seemed to be embracing the chaos as an opportunity for advancement. His eyes held a hunger that went beyond mere mortal ambition. He had begun to think and plan like someone who expected to wield divine power himself. "The temple is just as the dying priest described," Cyric reported, settling by their small fire with the satisfaction of a hunter who had located his prey. "Hidden in the caverns beneath Mount Waterdeep, protected by wards that should be impossible to breach." But the priest was right. The magical chaos has weakened those protections. "We can get inside." Adon looked up from the holy symbol he had been contemplating, his face bearing the haunted expression that had become his constant companion since his faith had been shattered. "And you're certain this temple contains one of the tablets of fate?" "As certain as anything can be in these mad times," Cyric replied. The priest had no reason to lie as he died, and his description matches what we've heard from other sources. One of the tablets is there, waiting for someone bold enough to claim it. Midnight felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. The tablets of fate, the cosmic artifacts whose theft had triggered this entire crisis. She had begun to suspect that their quest to recover the tablets was not just about ending the time of troubles, but about determining who would rise to fill the vacuum left by the gods' exile. The power to rewrite divine law itself lay within those ancient stones, and she was increasingly certain that their little band was not the only group seeking to claim that power. "There's something else," Cyric continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "The temple isn't empty. There are others there. A cult that serves the dead god Bane, led by someone called Fulzul Shembril. They're performing some kind of ritual, trying to restore their master to his full divine power." The implications hit them all simultaneously. If Bane's followers succeeded in their ritual, if they managed to restore the Lord of Tyranny to his full godhood, while he remained in the mortal realm, the consequences would be catastrophic. A fully divine Bane with access to the tablets of fate could rewrite the cosmic order according to his malevolent will, creating a reality where tyranny and oppression became fundamental laws of existence. "Then we have no choice," Midnight said, though her voice trembled with the weight of what she was contemplating. "We must reach the temple first, recover the tablet, and prevent Bane's restoration." But even as she spoke those words, Midnight felt something stirring within her consciousness, a presence that was vast and ancient and tinged with profound sadness. For just a moment, she heard a voice that she recognized from her dreams, though now it seemed to speak not from vision, but from memory. "My time ends, daughter of magic, and yours begins. The weave cannot remain without a guardian, and you have been chosen to bear that burden. But know that godhood is not a gift. It is a sacrifice of everything you have been for the sake of everything you might become." The voice faded, leaving Midnight reeling with the implications of what she had heard. Mystra, somehow, impossibly, the dead goddess had spoken to her, passing on not just knowledge but the terrible understanding of what lay ahead. She was not just being prepared to wield divine magic, she was being prepared to become divine magic itself. As they made their way toward Mount Waterdeep and the hidden temple that lay beneath it, Midnight found herself studying her companions with new eyes. Cyric's ambition had taken on an almost manic intensity, as if he sensed that the ultimate prize was within his grasp. Adon's crisis of faith was driving him toward either complete spiritual collapse or a revelation that would transform his understanding of divinity itself. And Kelemvor carried himself like a man walking toward his own execution, noble and resigned but deeply, profoundly sad. "You know, don't you?" she asked him as they climbed the treacherous paths that led to the mountain's hidden entrances. "You know what's going to happen to us." Kelemvor was quiet for a long moment, his eyes fixed on the rocky terrain ahead. "I know that we're all changing into something other than what we were. I know that the cosmic forces at work here are larger than any of us can fully comprehend, and I know that by the time this is over, The people we are now may be nothing more than memories. His words struck her like a physical blow, not because they were cruel but because they were true. She could feel it happening already, the slow dissolution of her mortal identity as something infinitely larger began to take its place. Her thoughts were becoming more cosmic in scope, her concerns expanding beyond personal happiness to encompass the welfare of all magic users across multiple planes of existence. The hidden temple, when they finally reached it, was a marvel of ancient architecture that defied both physics and artistic convention. Carved directly into the living rock of the mountain, its chambers seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, with corridors that led in directions that had no names and rooms whose walls displayed images of events that had not yet occurred. At its heart lay a sanctum where reality itself seemed thin, where the barriers between planes had been worn away by centuries of divine presence. And there, floating in a sphere of crackling energy above an altar of black stone, hung one of the tablets of fate. The artifact was both exactly what Midnight had expected, and utterly beyond her imagination. The tablet appeared to be carved from some substance that was neither stone nor metal, but something that existed in the space between definitions. Symbols flowed across its surface like living things, constantly shifting and changing as they rewrote the fundamental laws of existence. To look upon it directly was to feel the weight of cosmic authority pressing against the mind, a reminder that some powers were too vast for mortal comprehension. But they were not alone in the chamber. Fidzul Chembril and his cult of Bane worshippers had indeed reached the temple first, and their ritual was nearing completion. The high priest stood before the altar with his arms raised in supplication, chanting words in a language that predated mortal speech. Around him, dozens of cultists added their voices to his, their combined will focused on a single purpose: the restoration of their tyrannical master to full divine power. Too late, Fidzul called out as he noticed their arrival, his voice carrying the absolute confidence of a man who believed himself on the verge of ultimate victory. The ritual cannot be stopped. The power cannot be denied. Soon, Lord Bane will rise again in his full glory, and this realm will know the perfect order that only tyranny can provide. Cyric stepped forward with his weapons drawn, that predatory smile playing at his lips. Perfect order? How boring that sounds. I've always preferred a little chaos to keep things interesting. What followed was not truly a battle, but a collision of cosmic forces that used mortal flesh as their instruments. Cyric and his blade danced through the cultists with deadly grace, each strike precisely calculated to cause maximum disruption to their ritual. Adon, his broken faith transformed into righteous fury, called upon divine power that he no longer fully understood, sending bolts of purifying light that scattered the shadows in which Bane's influence thrived. Kelemvor fought with the grim efficiency of a man who understood that this might be his last battle as a mortal being, his sword cutting through enemy ranks, while his eyes remained fixed on Midnight. She could see in his gaze both love and farewell, the look of someone saying goodbye to everything he had ever cared about. But it was Midnight herself who proved most devastating to the cultists' plans. As she raised her hands and began to weave spells of disruption and binding, the very air around her began to glow with silver light. The chaotic magic that had plagued other spellcasters bent to her, will like iron drawn to a lodestone, and her every gesture seemed to stabilize the weave rather than strain it. Impossible, Saul breathed, as he watched his carefully constructed ritual unraveling before his eyes. No mortal should be able to. His words were cut off as understanding dawned in his eyes. This was no mortal magic he was witnessing, but divine power channeled through mortal flesh. The young sorceress standing before him was not just wielding Mystra's magic. She was becoming Mystra herself. The realization came to Midnight at the same moment, but instead of triumph, she felt only a profound sense of loss. She could feel her mortal consciousness expanding, stretching to encompass knowledge and responsibility that no human mind was meant to hold. Her awareness spread through the weave itself, touching every magical current in existence, understanding the intricate patterns that held reality together. With that expansion came power beyond imagining, but also isolation beyond enduring. She could see her companions, as if from a great distance, their mortal concerns suddenly seeming small and transient compared to the eternal responsibilities of maintaining magical order. Even her love for Kelemvor, which had seemed so important just moments before, was becoming just one thread in a tapestry too vast to encompass. "No," she whispered, fighting against the transformation even as she embraced the power it offered. "I'm not ready. I don't want to lose myself, to lose everything I am." But the cosmic forces at work were beyond mortal resistance. The weave needed a guardian, and she had been chosen not just for her magical ability, but for her fundamental nature, her desire to help others, her instinct to heal rather than harm, her understanding that true power lay in service rather than domination. As the last of the cultists fell, and Fell himself collapsed in defeat, Midnight reached out toward the tablet of fate with hands that now glowed with their own inner light. The moment her fingers touched the ancient artifact, the transformation accelerated beyond any possibility of reversal. Knowledge flooded through her, the true names of every magical creature in existence, the hidden patterns that connected all spells across all planes, the delicate balance that must be maintained to prevent magic from consuming or abandoning the multiverse entirely. With that knowledge came power, and with power came the terrible understanding of what she had become. She was no longer Midnight of Arabel, the young sorceress who had learned magic to help her village and dreamed of simple adventures. She was Mystra reborn, the Lady of Mysteries restored, goddess of all magic and guardian of the weave that bound reality together. Her mortal life had ended, and her divine existence had begun. But even as the apotheosis completed itself, even as her consciousness expanded to encompass the infinite complexities of magical law, she held on to one fragment of her former self, the memory of what it felt like to be human, to love and fear and hope. That memory would be her anchor in the cosmic storm of divine existence, the reminder that magic existed to serve life, not to rule it. The time of troubles had claimed another casualty, and created another god, but in Midnight's transformation lay both ending and beginning, death and birth, the eternal cycle that governs all existence. The weave was stable again, magic was reliable again, but the price had been paid by a young woman who had given up everything mortal to become something immortal, and eternally responsible for the welfare of all who touched magical power. Chapter 8. The Mortal Heroes. Trials. In the crucible of cosmic crisis, heroes are not born, but forged, hammered into shape by trials that would break lesser souls, and tempered by choices that define not just their own destinies, but the fate of all existence. The recovery of the first tablet of fate had been merely the opening movement in a symphony of conflict that would test every assumption about power, loyalty, and the price of greatness. For Cyric, Kelemvor, and Adon, now traveling with the goddess who had once been their mortal companion, the true trials were only beginning. The transformation of Midnight into the new Mystra had changed the fundamental dynamics of their fellowship in ways that went far beyond the obvious shift in power. Where once they had been four equals bound together by shared danger and common purpose, they were now three mortals serving, or competing with, a divine being whose responsibilities transcended any personal loyalty. The easy camaraderie that had sustained them through earlier adventures was strained to the breaking point by the weight of cosmic significance that now surrounded every decision. Cyric had taken the change with characteristic adaptability, though those who knew him well could see the calculating gleam in his eyes growing brighter with each passing day. The thief, who had always been ambitious beyond his station, now found himself in the unique position of being personally acquainted with someone who had successfully made the transition from mortality to godhood. If Midnight could ascend to divinity, his reasoning went, then surely someone with his cunning and ruthlessness could achieve the same elevation through more direct means. "She makes it look easy," he confided to Kelemvor, as they camped in the ruins of Gentle Keep, the former stronghold of Bane's mortal followers, now reduced to rubble by the magical chaos that had followed their god's defeat. One moment she's casting cantrips to light our cooking fire. The next she's rewriting the fundamental laws of magic. Tell me that doesn't make you wonder what other impossibilities might be within reach. Kelemvor's response was measured, though his hand moved unconsciously to rest on the pommel of his sword. The divine essence growing within him had made him increasingly sensitive to the ambitions of others, and what he sensed from Cyric was both familiar and deeply troubling. Some impossibilities come with prices that are higher than any sane person would be willing to pay. But Cyric's laugh held no warmth, only the cold amusement of someone who had already decided that any price was acceptable if the reward was sufficiently grand. Sanity is a luxury for those who have no vision beyond their next meal or their next coin. I've always thought bigger than that, Kel, and now, for the first time in history, thinking big might actually lead somewhere significant. Their philosophical discussions were interrupted by the arrival of the newly divine Mystra, though her manifestation was far more subtle than the dramatic appearances that had marked other gods' movements through the mortal realm. She simply walked into their camp as if she had always been there, her form still recognizably that of midnight, but suffused with an inner radiance that made the very air around her shimmer with potential magic. "The second tablet," she announced without preamble, her voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with the fundamental frequencies of creation itself. "I can sense its location now, though the knowledge comes with complications." Hadon looked up from his contemplation of a holy symbol that no longer provided the comfort it once had, his face bearing the haunted expression that had become his constant companion. "What kind of complications?" Mystra's expression grew troubled, and for a moment the goddess seemed to struggle with concepts too vast for mortal language to express. "The tablet is in the possession of Bane himself, but not the weakened avatar form we defeated in the temple. Somehow, through means I cannot yet fathom, he has begun to reclaim portions of his full divine power. He has established a stronghold in the ruins of his former domain, and there he gathers strength for a final confrontation that will determine the cosmic order for eons to come." The implications of this revelation struck each of them differently, but all understood that they were being called to face a challenge that dwarfed anything they had previously encountered. Bane, even in diminished form, was a being whose very nature was antithetical to freedom and hope. If he succeeded in fully restoring himself while possessing one of the tablets of fate, his ability to reshape reality according to his tyrannical will would be virtually unlimited. "Then we go after him," Cyric said immediately, his eagerness barely concealed beneath a veneer of practical determination. "Whatever power he's gathered, whatever defenses he's erected, we've proven that divine authority can be challenged by those bold enough to act." But Kelemvor shook his head. His understanding of divine politics deepened by the cosmic awareness that was slowly awakening within him. "It won't be that simple. If Bane is truly regaining his full power, then approaching him directly would be suicide for any mortal. We need allies, and in the current state of things, potential allies are as dangerous as enemies." Mystra nodded, her divine consciousness already reaching out across the planes to assess the shifting balance of cosmic forces. "Other gods have begun to sense the same opportunity that draws us toward Bane's stronghold. They gather their own mortal champions, forge their own alliances, make their own plans for claiming the tablets and reshaping the divine hierarchy. We are not the only players in this game, and some of our opponents have resources that dwarf our own." It was Adon who asked the question that none of them wanted to voice. "And what happens to mortals, to the realm itself, when gods go to war with each other using the fundamental laws of reality as weapons?" The silence that followed was answer enough. They were contemplating a conflict that could literally unmake the world, reducing it to the primordial chaos from which it had originally emerged. The stakes were no longer just personal or even planetary. They were cosmic in scope, with consequences that would ripple through every plane of existence. Their journey to Bane's stronghold took them through a landscape that bore the scars of divine conflict like wounds in the flesh of reality itself. Entire regions had been transformed by the uncontrolled release of godly power. Forests where the trees grew downward into the sky. Deserts where sand had been transformed into fragments of crystallized time. Cities where the inhabitants lived the same day over and over again in endless repetition. In one such transformed region, they encountered their first taste of the opposition they would face. A band of mortal champions serving Talos, the destroyer, had claimed a strategic mountain pass, and were extracting tribute from all who sought passage. These were not mere brigands, but devoted followers who had been enhanced by their god's chaotic power, their bodies crackling with elemental energy, and their weapons capable of calling down lightning and earthquake. "Turn back," commanded their leader, a woman whose hair moved like living flame, and whose eyes held the fury of endless storms. "Lord Talos has claimed this pass, and only those who serve the power of destruction may proceed." Cyric's response was swift and characteristically direct. His blade, enhanced by his own growing connection to darker powers, cut through the elemental champion's defenses as if they were made of paper. But even as she fell, her death released a surge of chaotic energy that transformed the entire pass into a raging tempest of wind and lightning. "Every battle makes things worse," Adon observed as they struggled through the supernatural storm, his voice barely audible over the howling winds. "Every use of power adds to the chaos that's consuming the realm." But Kelemvor, his divine awareness allowing him to perceive the deeper patterns at work, offered a different perspective. "Perhaps that's the point. Perhaps the chaos itself is what will ultimately force a resolution. When the cost of conflict becomes unbearable, even gods must choose cooperation over conquest." Their passage through the storm-racked pass brought them to the border of Bane's domain, and here they encountered obstacles that tested not just their physical capabilities, but their fundamental understanding of heroism itself. The Lord of Tyranny had not simply fortified his stronghold, he had transformed the entire region into a testing ground designed to corrupt or destroy anyone who dared approach. The first trial took the form of a city where the inhabitants lived in perfect order but absolute misery. Every citizen had their role assigned by divine decree, every action regulated by tyrannical law, every thought monitored by supernatural authority. It was a vision of Bane's ideal society, and entering it meant submitting to his absolute control, or fighting against an entire population that had been conditioned to see resistance as the greatest evil. "We could go around," Cyric suggested, though his tone indicated he was merely testing his companion's resolve, rather than seriously advocating retreat. "No," Mystra replied, her divine consciousness already analyzing the magical constructs that maintained the city's oppressive order. "This is meant to be a test of our commitment to our principles. Bane wants to see if we'll compromise our values for the sake of expedience, or if we'll find a way to liberate these people without becoming tyrants ourselves." The solution they eventually discovered required a different kind of heroism than any of them had previously practiced. Rather than fighting the city's guardians, or attempting to overthrow its systems through force, they worked quietly and carefully to awaken the citizens' suppressed desires for freedom. Adon, his crisis of faith paradoxically making him more effective at reaching people who had lost hope, spoke to individuals about the possibility of choice and self-determination. Kelemvor used his growing understanding of justice to help people recognize the difference between order and oppression. Even Cyric contributed, though his methods involved teaching the subtle arts of resistance and rebellion. It was Mystra, however, who provided the key to the city's liberation. Using magic that worked on concepts rather than matter, she began to unweave the spells that bound the citizens' free will, replacing tyrannical compulsion with the simple but revolutionary idea that people had the right to choose their own destinies. The transformation was gradual but inexorable. Citizens who had shuffled through their prescribed roles with empty eyes began to lift their heads and look around with curiosity and hope. The perfect order that Bane had imposed began to crack as people started making their own decisions, choosing their own paths, creating the beautiful chaos that comes from genuine freedom. But their victory came with a cost that none of them had anticipated. As the city's population awakened to their own agency, many chose to follow the heroes who had liberated them. By the time they reached the borders of Bane's stronghold proper, they were leading not a small band of adventurers, but a small army of determined rebels who had decided that freedom was worth fighting for. "This changes everything," Kelemvor observed, as he looked out over the 1,000-strong force that now looked to them for leadership. "We're no longer just seeking to recover an artifact. We're leading a revolution against tyranny itself." Cyric's eyes gleamed with possibilities that had nothing to do with noble ideals. "An army loyal to us personally, experienced in resisting divine authority, motivated by gratitude and shared struggle. Yes, this does change everything. The question is whether we're wise enough to recognize the opportunities we've been given." But it was Adon who voiced the deeper concern that troubled all of them. What happens when this is over? When Bane is defeated and the tablets recovered? What do we do with 1,000 people who have learned to see us as liberators and leaders? How do we prevent ourselves from becoming the very tyrants we've fought against? The question hung in the air like a prophetic warning, a reminder that heroism and villainy were often separated by nothing more than a single choice, a moment of weakness, or the corrupting influence of power itself. They stood at the threshold of Bane's domain, ready to face the final trials that would determine not just the fate of the cosmos, but their own souls as well. Behind them stretched a trail of transformed lives and liberated cities, testament to their power to change the world. Ahead lay challenges that would test whether they possessed the wisdom to change it for the better, rather than simply replacing one form of tyranny with another. The time of troubles had made them all into something more than mortal, but the question remained whether that transformation would prove to be blessing or curse. As they prepared for the final assault on Bane's stronghold, each of them carried not just weapons and magic, but the weight of choices that would echo through eternity. They were no longer just heroes seeking to save the world. They were the instruments through which the world itself would be reshaped, and the responsibility for that reshaping rested squarely on their shoulders, mortal and divine alike. Chapter 9. Bane and Bhaal schemes. Evil, when it operates at the cosmic level, does not simply destroy. It corrupts. It transforms. It turns strength into weakness and virtue into vice, with the patience of eternity and the cunning of absolute malevolence. The time of troubles had given the dark gods opportunities they could never have imagined in their celestial realms, chances to reshape not just the divine hierarchy but the very nature of mortal existence. Among these fallen deities, none proved more dangerous than Bane and Bhaal, whose alliance would threaten to transform the crisis from a temporary disruption into a permanent reign of tyranny and death. In the shadow-wreathed ruins of what had once been the Gentarim stronghold of Darkhold, Bane had established his new seat of power with the methodical precision that had always characterized his divine portfolio. The Lord of Tyranny understood better than most of his divine siblings that exile to the mortal realm was not necessarily a punishment. It was an opportunity to build power from the ground up, to create new forms of dominion that even Owl might not be able to easily undo. His avatar form reflected this understanding, appearing not as the diminished exile that other gods had become, but as a figure of terrible authority, clothed in armor that seemed forged from the concept of oppression itself. Where other deities struggled with the limitations of mortal flesh, Bane had embraced those limitations and transformed them into strengths. If he could not command reality through divine fiat, he would command it through mortal organization, divine cunning, and the kind of patient, methodical evil that had made him the most feared tyrant in the pantheon. The fools still think in terms of restoration. He spoke to his most trusted lieutenant, Sul Shembril, whose own survival of the temple disaster had marked him as someone worthy of his master's continued confidence. They seek to return to the old order, to reclaim their celestial thrones and resume their comfortable distance from consequence. They do not understand that this crisis represents the greatest opportunity for change that creation has seen since the dawn of time itself. Zul nodded with the fervor of a true believer, though his mortal mind struggled to comprehend the full scope of his master's vision. And Bhaal, my lord, can he be trusted to see the opportunity as clearly as you? Bane's laugh was like the sound of chains being forged in some cosmic smithy. Bhaal sees opportunity everywhere, but his vision is limited. He thinks in terms of endings, of the moment when life transitions to death. I think in terms of systems, of structures that endure beyond any individual existence. We are natural allies for now, but when the time comes to determine who will rule this new order we create, he will find that tyranny always triumphs over chaos. The alliance between Bane and Bhaal had begun as a matter of practical necessity. Both gods had recognized that the theft of the Tablets of Fate represented more than just cosmic crime. It was an act of rebellion that had shattered the fundamental assumptions upon which divine order rested. If the tablets could be stolen, if Ao himself could be deceived and defied, then the entire hierarchy of creation was more fragile than anyone had previously imagined. But where other gods saw crisis to be endured and resolved, Bane and Bhaal saw opportunity to be seized and exploited. They had formed their pact not out of friendship, but out of mutual recognition that their combined strengths could achieve what neither could accomplish alone. Bane brought organizational genius and the ability to build lasting power structures. Bhaal brought the willingness to eliminate obstacles through direct action and the understanding that sometimes destruction was necessary to clear the ground for new construction. Their first collaborative effort had been the corruption of Bane's former strongholds, transforming them from mere fortresses into something far more dangerous, training grounds for a new kind of evil that combined the Lord of Tyranny's methodical oppression with the Lord of Murder's embrace of ultimate solutions. In these dark citadels, mortal cultists were not simply taught to worship their gods, but to become extensions of divine will, agents capable of spreading their master's influence far beyond the reach of direct divine intervention. The beauty of working through mortals, Bhaal explained during one of their clandestine meetings. His avatar formed a lean figure, whose very presence seemed to drain warmth from the air around him, is that they can go places and do things that even gods in exile cannot. They require no cosmic permission, answer to no universal law. A mortal assassin with proper training and motivation can eliminate threats that would require tremendous expenditure of divine power to address directly. Bane nodded approvingly, his strategic mind already calculating the implications. And a mortal organization, properly structured and motivated, can achieve influence that no individual divine avatar could hope to match. We build not just cults but institutions, not just followers but systems that will endure long after this crisis passes. Their second major collaboration had been the systematic elimination or corruption of other divine avatars who might oppose their plans. Working together, they had identified the gods whose portfolios or temperaments made them natural enemies of the new order they envisioned. Some, like Torm the True, they simply murdered, using carefully planned ambushes that overwhelmed divine power through superior tactics and coordinated assault. Others, like Merkel the Lord of Bones, they corrupted, offering alliances that served their purposes while weakening potential rivals. But their greatest scheme involved the Tablets of Fate themselves, and here their true genius became apparent. While other factions sought to recover the tablets in order to end the time of troubles and restore the old divine order, Bane and Bhaal had realized that the tablets could be used for a far more ambitious purpose. The cosmic artifacts did not simply record divine law, they created it. In the right hands, with the right knowledge, the tablets could be used to rewrite the fundamental rules that governed godhood itself. Imagine, Bane said as they stood before the altar where one of the tablets was carefully secured, its surface writhing with symbols that hurt mortal eyes to perceive directly. A cosmic order where tyranny is not just permitted but required, where oppression becomes a natural law, as fundamental as gravity or time. No longer would we need to struggle against the forces of good and freedom. They would simply cease to be possible. Bhaal's response carried the cold enthusiasm of someone contemplating the ultimate hunt. and death would no longer be a transition but a tool, a force that could be directed and controlled with the precision of a surgeon's blade. Every ending would serve our purposes, every conclusion would strengthen our authority. The scope of their ambition was matched only by the sophistication of their methods. Unlike other divine conspirators who relied primarily on brute force or obvious corruption, Bane and Bhaal understood that the most effective evil was that which convinced its victims to embrace their own destruction. They did not simply conquer territories, they transformed them, creating societies where oppression felt like safety and murder seemed like justice. In the city of Mulmaster, which had fallen under their combined influence, citizens lived under a system so perfectly designed to crush the human spirit that many came to believe it was natural and inevitable. Every aspect of daily life was regulated, every relationship monitored, every thought that deviated from approved patterns swiftly corrected through methods that made the victims grateful for the correction. It was tyranny so complete that its subjects could not even imagine alternatives. Oppression so total that resistance seemed not just futile but incomprehensible. The most perfect tyranny, Bane observed, as he watched a group of citizens voluntarily reporting their neighbors for minor infractions, is one where the oppressed become willing participants in their own oppression. When slaves forge their own chains, revolution becomes impossible. Meanwhile, Bhaal's influence manifested in more subtle but equally corrosive ways. Rather than simply increasing the amount of death in the world, he began to change the nature of death itself. Under his guidance, murder became not just acceptable but admirable in certain circumstances. The elimination of the weak, the silencing of dissent, the removal of obstacles to progress, all of these became virtues in the transformed societies under their control. But perhaps their most insidious achievement was the recruitment and corruption of mortal heroes. Both gods understood that traditional villains were ultimately self-limiting. They created their own opposition and inspired others to resist them. Far more effective were heroes who had been convinced that evil methods were justified by good intentions, champions who believed they were saving the world even as they helped destroy it. The young thief travels with a goddess now, Bhaal reported during one of their strategy sessions, his divine senses allowing him to monitor threats and opportunities across vast distances. His ambition grows with each passing day, and ambition of that magnitude is always vulnerable to proper guidance. A few whispered suggestions, a carefully placed opportunity, and he could become our most effective agent. Bane's tactical genius was already analyzing the possibilities, and the cursed warrior, his transformation into a god of death is inevitable, but the nature of that transformation remains malleable. Death as natural transition serves our purposes far less than death as tool of control. If we can influence his understanding of his role, their schemes extended far beyond individual corruption to encompass the systematic transformation of mortal institutions. Churches were infiltrated and redirected, their teachings subtly altered to make authoritarianism seem like divine will. Governments were manipulated through carefully placed agents. Their policies gradually shifted to normalize oppression and violence. Even heroic organizations were compromised, their noble goals twisted to serve darker purposes. The Guild of Most Careful Order, of skilled craftsmen and industrious laborers, one of the realm's most respected trade organizations, became under their influence a model of how seemingly benign institutions could be transformed into instruments of control. What had once been a mutual aid society became a surveillance network. What had once been professional standards became tools of exclusion and persecution. What had once been economic cooperation became economic domination. The beauty of institutional corruption, Bane explained to a gathering of his most trusted mortal agents, is that it requires no dramatic revelation, no moment of obvious evil. Instead, good institutions simply begin serving bad purposes, and by the time anyone notices the transformation, the corruption has become so deeply embedded that removal would require destroying the institution entirely. Yet even as their schemes proliferated and their influence spread, both gods remained acutely aware that their ultimate success depended on maintaining their alliance, while preparing for its inevitable dissolution. They were evil gods, after all, and evil ultimately turns upon itself. The question was not whether they would eventually betray each other, but when and how that betrayal would unfold. When the time comes, Bhaal said, during what would prove to be one of their final collaborative meetings, remember that I have always been honest about my nature. I am death, and death comes for everything, including tyranny, including you, including this alliance we have built. The only question is whether you will face that ending with dignity, or struggle against it, like a mortal clinging to illusion. Bane's response revealed the depth of his strategic thinking and the cold calculation that made him perhaps the most dangerous entity in creation. And when that time comes, remember that tyranny is patient where death is urgent, systematic where murder is chaotic. You may be able to end individual existences, but I build systems that outlast any individual, including gods. We shall see which proves more enduring. Their alliance had achieved more than either could have accomplished alone, but it had also created a situation where neither could fully trust the other. As the time of troubles entered its final phase, as the ultimate confrontation over the tablets of fate drew near, both gods began making private preparations for the moment when cooperation would give way to competition. The mortal realm, caught between their machinations and the schemes of the heroic forces gathering against them, had become a chessboard where every move had cosmic implications. Cities rose and fell based on divine whim. Heroes became villains through subtle corruption. Villains occasionally discovered redemption through unexpected grace. And through it all, the fundamental question remained: when gods go to war using mortal lives as weapons and cosmic law as stakes, can there be any victor except chaos itself? The answer to that question would depend on whether those who opposed Bane and Bhaal could match their combination of patience, cunning, and absolute ruthlessness. For in the cosmic game that the time of troubles had become, good intentions and noble hearts were powerful weapons, but they were not always sufficient to defeat evil that had learned to disguise itself as virtue and corruption that called itself salvation. Chapter 10. The Final Confrontation. There are moments in the chronicles of existence when all the vast complexities of cosmic struggle distill into a single point of absolute decision, when the fate of countless worlds hangs upon the outcome of a conflict that transcends mere physical battle. The final confrontation for the tablets of fate would be such a moment, a convergence of divine will, mortal determination, and cosmic law that would reshape the very nature of divinity itself, and determine whether tyranny or freedom would define the universal order for eons to come. The Shadowfell Citadel, Bane's ultimate stronghold, stood like a cancerous growth upon reality itself, its black spires piercing through multiple planes of existence simultaneously. Here, in a fortress that existed partially in the realm of shadow, and partially in the depths of the Nine Hells, the Lord of Tyranny had gathered everything necessary for his final gambit. Both tablets of fate rested within its innermost sanctum, their cosmic power carefully harnessed to fuel rituals that would rewrite the fundamental laws governing divine authority. As the forces of resistance gathered for their assault, the very air around the citadel seemed to thicken with malevolent anticipation. The newly ascended goddess Mystra stood at the head of an army that represented everything Bane despised: mortals who had chosen freedom over security, heroes who preferred chaotic hope to ordered despair, divine beings who still remembered what it meant to serve rather than dominate. Yet even as she prepared to lead them into battle, the weight of cosmic responsibility pressed upon her consciousness like a physical burden. "The rituals are nearly complete," she announced to her assembled champions, her divine senses perceiving the intricate magical workings that pulsed through the citadel's foundations. If Bane succeeds in his transformation of the tablets, he will not simply become a more powerful god. He will become the architect of a reality where tyranny is a fundamental force, as inescapable as gravity or time itself. Kelemvor, his own transformation into a deity of death, now complete, but still haunted by his mortal memories, studied the fortress with eyes that could perceive the souls trapped within its walls. How many innocents has he imprisoned there? How many lives will be lost if we assault the citadel directly? The question struck at the heart of the moral complexity that made this confrontation more than a simple battle between good and evil. Bane had not simply fortified his position. He had filled his stronghold with prisoners, hostages, and willing servants, whose deaths would serve his purposes as much as their lives had. Every assault would claim innocent victims. Every victory would come at a cost that would haunt the survivors. Cyric, whose own path toward divinity had been marked by increasingly ruthless pragmatism, offered the solution that everyone had been avoiding. "Then we don't assault it," he said with the cold logic that had marked his transformation from hero to something far more ambiguous. "We infiltrate it, a small force, moving with stealth and precision, while the main army provides distraction. We get to the tablets before Bane can complete his rituals, and we end this without the massive slaughter he's counting on." It was a sound strategy, but one that required volunteers willing to face almost certain death in the deepest heart of enemy territory. Without hesitation, the core group that had weathered the entire crisis stepped forward. Cyric himself, Kelemvor, Adon, and Mystra, though her divine nature would make stealth nearly impossible. "I cannot accompany you into the citadel itself," the goddess admitted, her starlight hair moving with its own ethereal wind. "My divine presence would alert every ward and guardian Bane has established. But I can provide something more valuable. I can give you a weapon capable of destroying the tablets themselves if recovery proves impossible." What she offered was not a physical blade or magical artifact, but something far more potent, a fragment of pure creative force, the same energy that had originally forged the tablets eons ago. In mortal hands, it would be devastatingly dangerous, capable of unmaking not just the tablets, but potentially the wielder as well. Yet it represented their only hope of preventing Bane's ultimate victory, if all else failed. The assault began at dawn, though dawn and dusk held little meaning in the twisted realm where the citadel existed. Mystra's army attacked the outer defenses with all the fury of righteous determination, their battle cries echoing across dimensions as they clashed with Bane's forces. Lightning split the perpetual twilight of the Shadowfell, divine fire met infernal darkness, and the very ground shook with the impact of cosmic forces unleashed in mortal combat. But while attention focused on the spectacular battle raging around the citadel's outer walls, three figures moved through shadows and hidden passages toward the heart of the fortress. Cyric led the way with the stealth that had made him legendary among thieves, his every step calculated to avoid the supernatural senses that pervaded Bane's domain. Kelemvor followed, his new divine nature allowing him to mask their life forces from the undead guardians that patrolled the deeper corridors. And Adon brought up the rear, his crisis of faith paradoxically making him invisible to divine detection, a man so uncertain of his own beliefs that even gods struggled to identify what motivated him. The inner sanctum, when they finally reached it, defied every expectation they had formed. Rather than a traditional throne room or ritual chamber, they found themselves in a vast spherical space where the normal laws of physics seemed to have been suspended entirely. The tablets of fate floated at the center of this impossible geometry, their surfaces blazing with symbols that rewrote themselves faster than mortal eyes could follow. And standing between the intruders and their goal was Bane himself, no longer disguised as a diminished avatar, but revealed in his full divine majesty. "Welcome," the Lord of Tyranny said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority that had commanded obedience across countless worlds, "to the birthplace of the new cosmic order. You arrive just in time to witness the transformation that will render your sacrifice meaningful rather than merely tragic." The god who faced them bore little resemblance to any mortal form. Bane had transcended the need for such limitations, appearing instead as a figure of pure authoritarian will, towering, inexorable, radiating the kind of power that made resistance seem not just futile, but conceptually impossible. Around him, reality itself bent to accommodate his presence, creating a zone where his will became natural law. The old order was chaos disguised as structure. Bane continued, gesturing toward the tablets whose transformation was now visibly accelerating. Gods who served mortal whims, divine law that could be questioned and debated, cosmic authority that depended upon consensus rather than absolute dominion. I offer something far superior, a universe where order is not negotiated but imposed, where hierarchy is not cultural convention but fundamental reality. Cyric stepped forward, his own divine essence finally revealing itself as the power of murder, and lies flowed through him like liquid darkness. And where does that leave those of us who prefer to make our own choices about what order to accept? Bane's laugh was like the sound of prison doors slamming shut across infinite worlds. Choice is an illusion, young god of murder. There is only the choice to serve willingly, or to be compelled to serve against your will. I merely propose to eliminate the pretense that any other options exist. What followed was not truly a battle in any conventional sense, for how does one fight against the concept of tyranny made manifest? Cyric's blades, enhanced by his own burgeoning divine power, struck at Bane with lethal precision, only to find that physical assault had little meaning against an entity that existed as pure authoritarian will. Kelemvor's mastery over death proved equally ineffective. How does one kill that which defines itself as the order that transcends individual existence? It was Adon who provided the key to their victory, though his contribution came not through power but through understanding. The priest whose faith had been shattered by the time of troubles had spent months grappling with fundamental questions about the nature of divinity, and in that struggle, he had discovered something that even the gods themselves had forgotten. "You're afraid," he said to Bane, his voice carrying not accusation but simple observation. "All of this, the fortress, the rituals, the transformation of the tablets, it's all because you're terrified of what you discovered when you were cast down to mortal form. You learned what it feels like to be powerless, and you can't bear the possibility of experiencing that vulnerability again." The effect of his words was immediate and devastating. For just a moment, Bane's absolute confidence wavered, and in that instant of uncertainty, the cosmic forces he had been trying to control slipped from his grasp. The tablet's transformation stuttered, their blazing symbols flickering like candle flames in a wind. Cyric seized the opportunity, with the ruthless efficiency that had marked his entire transformation. But rather than striking at Bane directly, he turned toward the tablets themselves, wielding the fragment of creative force that Mystra had given them. The energy that erupted from that weapon was beyond description. Not destruction, but uncreation. The return of complex reality to the simple potential from which it had originally emerged. "No!" Bane's cry shook the foundations of multiple planes as he realized what was happening. "You don't understand what you're destroying. Without the tablets, without divine law, there will be only chaos." But Kelemvor, his understanding of cosmic balance, deepened by his role as a god of death, offered a different perspective. "Not chaos," he said as he helped direct the unmaking energy toward its target. "Possibility. The chance for something better to grow from the ashes of what was." The destruction of the tablets of fate was a moment of cosmic significance that would be felt across every plane of existence. The artifacts that had defined divine law since the dawn of creation simply ceased to exist, taking with them not just the rules they had embodied, but the very concept that such rules were necessary or inevitable. In that moment of dissolution, every assumption about power and authority was called into question. Bane himself, his divine essence so thoroughly intertwined with the tablet's power, began to fade as well. But rather than raging against his dissolution, the Lord of Tyranny faced his ending with something approaching dignity. "You have won," he admitted, his form growing translucent as cosmic forces he could no longer control pulled him apart. "But victory and wisdom are not the same thing. You have shattered the old order without understanding what will replace it. I pray that you are wise enough to build something better than what I would have created." As the god of tyranny faded into nothingness, the spherical chamber began to collapse around them. But they were not alone in their escape across the citadel. The The prisoners and servants who had been trapped by Bane's will found themselves suddenly free to choose their own destinies. Some fled immediately, others stayed to help with the evacuation, but all discovered that they once again possessed the fundamental right to determine their own paths. The battle's end was not marked by celebration, but by exhaustion and uncertainty. They had prevented Bane from reshaping reality according to his tyrannical vision, but the cost had been enormous. The tablets of fate, the cosmic foundation upon which divine order had rested for eons, were gone forever. What would replace them? How would the gods maintain their roles without the legal framework that had defined their authority? As they emerged from the collapsing citadel to rejoin Mystra's army, the immediate crisis of the time of troubles was clearly over. Gods would return to their celestial realms, magic would stabilize under Mystra's guidance, and the mortal realm would begin the long process of recovery from the chaos that had consumed it. But the deeper questions raised by the crisis would echo through eternity. In destroying the tablets, they had not simply ended one threat. They had fundamentally altered the nature of divinity itself. Gods would no longer rule by cosmic law, but by the consent of those they served. Divine authority would no longer be automatic, but would have to be earned and maintained through actual wisdom and compassion. The time of troubles was ending, but the age of easy answers was ending with it. In its place would come something harder, but potentially far more just. A universe where power served purpose rather than ruling it, where authority derived from responsibility rather than demanding it, and where even gods would be held accountable for the choices they made. It was, perhaps, the victory that creation itself had been waiting for since the first moment when power and responsibility had been separated. The cosmic order that would emerge from the crisis would be more complex, more challenging, but ultimately more honest about the true relationship between those who rule and those who are ruled. The final confrontation was over, but its consequences would shape the nature of existence for all time to come. Chapter 11. The New Divine Order. When the foundations of existence are shattered and rebuilt, the structure that emerges bears little resemblance to what came before. The destruction of the tablets of fate had not simply ended the time of troubles, it had fundamentally altered the nature of divinity itself, creating a cosmic order where gods could no longer rely on ancient law to maintain their authority, but must instead earn their positions through genuine service to the forces they claimed to represent. For the surviving deities, this transformation would prove both liberation and burden, opportunity and trial. Awo's response to the tablet's destruction was perhaps the most profound surprise of the entire crisis. When the Hidden One manifested to assess the aftermath of the confrontation, many expected divine wrath at the loss of the cosmic artifacts that had maintained order since creation's dawn. Instead, the Overgod expressed something that mortals and gods alike struggled to interpret, satisfaction tinged with what might have been relief. The tablets were always meant to be temporary. All were revealed to the assembled divine survivors, his voice carrying harmonics that resonated through multiple planes of existence simultaneously. They were training wheels for a young cosmos, rigid rules imposed upon reality until its inhabitants could learn to maintain order through wisdom rather than law. Their destruction represents not the end of divine authority, but its maturation into something more honest and more sustainable. The implications of this revelation rippled through the divine community like shock waves. The cosmic crisis that had consumed them for months had been, in Ao's grand design, a test not just of their individual worthiness, but of their collective readiness to evolve beyond the simplistic hierarchies that had previously defined divine existence. Those who had learned from their mortal exile would be permitted to return to godhood, enhanced by their experience. Those who had not would find their divine essence redistributed among more worthy successors. The first to ascend back to full divinity was Mystra, though her return to the celestial realms came with profound changes to both her nature and her cosmic role. Where the previous goddess of magic had been distant and theoretical, focused on the abstract principles that governed arcane forces, the new Mystra carried within her divine consciousness the lived experience of mortal struggle. She understood not just how magic worked, but why mortals needed it. Not just the cosmic principles that governed the weave, but the personal hopes and fears that drove individuals to seek magical power. Magic will no longer be the province of the elite few, she declared, as she established her new divine realm, a place where the great libraries of cosmic knowledge stood open to any sincere seeker, regardless of their formal education or social standing. Every village hedge witch who brews healing potions with love and care serves magic as truly as the greatest archmage. Every child who wishes upon a star touches the same forces that reshape reality itself. Magic belongs to all who approach it with respect and wonder. This democratization of magical authority sent ripples of change through every plane where arcane forces held sway. Suddenly, the complex hierarchies that had governed magical education began to crumble as divine favor flowed to those who served others rather than those who hoarded knowledge for personal advancement. The greatest wizards of the age found themselves surpassed by humble healers and village-wise women whose understanding of magic's true purpose had been deepened by genuine compassion. Kelemvor's ascension to godhood brought equally profound changes to the nature of death itself. Where Bhaal had made death a tool of tyranny and Merkel had transformed it into a source of fear, the new Lord of the Dead approached his cosmic responsibility with the understanding that death was ultimately about transition and completion, rather than ending and loss. His divine realm became not a place of judgment and punishment, but a waystation where souls could process their mortal experiences and prepare for whatever came next. Death is not the enemy of life, he proclaimed, as he established the new protocols that would govern the passage from mortality to whatever lay beyond. It is life's completion, the final chapter, that gives meaning to all the chapters that came before. Those who die well, having learned what their mortal existence was meant to teach them, should be celebrated rather than mourned. And those who die badly, their lessons unlearned, and their potential unfulfilled, deserve compassion and another chance to find their path. This transformation of death's cosmic role had immediate and profound effects on the mortal realm. The terror that had traditionally surrounded death began to fade as people came to understand that their final transition would be guided by a deity who had himself experienced mortality and understood its struggles. Funeral rites became celebrations of life, completed rather than lamentations for existence ended, and the fear of dying was gradually replaced by the hope of dying well. But perhaps no divine transformation was more troubling than Cyric's ascension to godhood. The ambitious thief who had begun the crisis as a relatively minor figure in cosmic affairs now found himself wielding divine authority over murder, lies, and strife, portfolios that had been scattered when their previous holders were destroyed or transformed. Unlike Mystra and Kelemvor, whose exile to mortality had taught them wisdom and compassion, Cyric seemed to have learned only that power was available to those cunning enough to seize it. His divine realm reflected this understanding, appearing as a vast city where every building was a facade hiding something different behind it, where every street led to destinations that changed depending on the traveler's expectations, where every promise was a lie waiting to be revealed, and every truth was a deception waiting to be uncovered. It was a place that embodied the very concepts of manipulation and betrayal, beautiful on the surface but rotten at its core. Truth is what people choose to believe, Cyric declared as he established his new divine authority, his voice carrying the silver tongue that had made him so persuasive in mortal form. And if I can convince them that lies serve their purposes better than facts, then lies become their truth. Power flows to those who understand this fundamental reality, while the naive and idealistic are left wondering why their pure intentions accomplished nothing. The cosmic implications of Cyric's ascension were deeply troubling to both gods and mortals. Where the other new deities had been transformed by their mortal experiences into more compassionate and understanding beings, Cyric seemed to have been corrupted by the very process that was supposed to improve him. His growing influence represented a constant reminder that divine power, even in the new cosmic order, could still be claimed by those whose motivations were fundamentally selfish. Yet even this dark ascension served a purpose in the greater balance that was establishing. The presence of a god who openly embraced deception and manipulation forced other deities to remain vigilant, to constantly examine their own motivations and methods. Cyric became, in essence, the cosmic reminder that the capacity for corruption exists within all beings who wield significant power, divine and mortal alike. The redistribution of divine portfolios affected far more than just the major figures who had driven the crisis. Across the pantheon, gods found their areas of influence shifting as mortal needs and cosmic balance demanded new approaches to divine responsibility. Tyr, the main god of justice, discovered that his understanding of law had been broadened by witnessing mortal struggles with unfair systems. His new conception of justice emphasized not rigid adherence to rules, but the pursuit of outcomes that served the greater good. Sune, goddess of beauty and love, found her portfolio expanded to include the kind of inner beauty that grows from genuine compassion and the love that persists through hardship and sacrifice. Where she had once been concerned primarily with physical attraction and romantic passion, her mortal exile had taught her about the deeper forms of beauty and love that sustain relationships through decades of shared struggle. Tempus, the Lord of Battles, experienced perhaps the most radical transformation of all. His exile to mortality had forced him to witness war from the perspective of common soldiers rather than commanding generals, to see the faces of those who died for causes they barely understood. His new divine nature embraced not just the glory of combat but its costs, not just the excitement of victory, but the responsibility to ensure that conflict served purposes worthy of their price in blood and suffering. War is not glorious, the transformed Tempest declared, his words shocking followers who had expected their god to maintain his traditional celebration of conflict. War is necessary sometimes, justified occasionally, but never glorious. Glory belongs to those who prevent wars through wisdom, who end them through mercy, who heal the wounds they leave behind. I will still bless warriors who fight for just causes, but I will no longer pretend that fighting itself is inherently noble. The establishment of this new divine order required careful negotiation and compromise among beings who had previously operated according to ancient hierarchies and traditional assumptions. Without the tablets of fate to define their relationships and responsibilities, the gods had to create new agreements based on mutual respect and shared understanding of their cosmic purposes. These negotiations were complicated by the presence of mortal representatives, who now demanded a voice in divine affairs. The time of troubles had proven that mortals were not simply pawns in cosmic games, but active participants whose choices could reshape reality itself. The new divine order would have to account for this reality, creating formal mechanisms through which mortal concerns could influence divine policy. We serve creation, Mystra explained, during one of the great assemblies where these new relationships were being defined. Not the other way around. Our power derives from our ability to serve the forces we represent, not from our ability to dominate those forces for our own purposes. A god who forgets this truth ceases to be truly divine and becomes merely a very powerful mortal drunk on cosmic authority. The practical implications of this philosophy were revolutionary. Divine interventions in mortal affairs would now require justification beyond simple divine whim. Gods would be held accountable, not just to Ao but to the mortals they claimed to serve. Divine authority would have to be earned continuously rather than assumed permanently. Perhaps most importantly, the new cosmic order included explicit protections against the kind of crisis that had triggered the time of troubles in the first place. Rather than relying on a single set of artifacts to maintain divine law, authority was now distributed across multiple checks and balances. No single deity could accumulate enough power to threaten cosmic stability, and any attempt to do so would trigger automatic responses from the collective divine community. The tablets were destroyed. I'll explain to those who questioned the wisdom of this more complex system, because they represented a single point of failure in cosmic governance. The new order is more resilient precisely because it is more complicated, more dependent on cooperation and consensus, rather than simple hierarchy and tradition. As the gods began to return to their transformed celestial realms, each carrying within their divine consciousness the memories and lessons of their mortal exile, the shape of the new cosmic order began to emerge. It would be a more challenging system than what had come before, demanding constant vigilance and continuous growth from those who wielded divine power. But it would also be a more honest system, one that acknowledged the fundamental truth that all authority, even cosmic authority, derives its legitimacy from service rather than dominance. The time of troubles was ending, but the time of easy divine privilege was ending with it. In its place would come an age where gods earned their worship through wisdom and compassion, where divine power flowed to those who used it responsibly, and where the cosmic order itself would evolve and improve through the same kind of struggle and growth that had always defined mortal existence. It was a new dawn for creation itself, purchased with struggle and sacrifice, but promising a future where power and responsibility would never again be separated by the comfortable distance that had made the original crisis possible. Chapter 12. Legacy of the Avatar Crisis. In the grand tapestry of history, there are events so profound that they permanently alter not just the world in which they occur, but the very nature of existence itself. The time of troubles stands as perhaps the most significant such transformation in the recorded annals of creation, a cosmic crisis that began with the theft of divine artifacts and ended with the fundamental restructuring of the relationship between gods and mortals, between power and responsibility, between the eternal and the temporal. Its legacy would echo through every subsequent age, shaping the destiny of countless worlds and infinite souls yet to be born. The immediate aftermath of the crisis was marked by a period of profound adjustment that affected every level of society, from the humblest village to the grandest cosmic realm. Mortals who had lived their entire lives under the assumption that gods were distant, unchanging, and fundamentally different from themselves, suddenly found themselves served by deities who remembered what it felt like to hunger, to fear, to struggle with impossible choices. The comfortable distance that had previously separated divine and mortal experience had been permanently bridged, creating possibilities for understanding and cooperation that had never before existed. In the great cities of Faerun, the transformation was perhaps most visible in the changing nature of religious practice itself. Where once worship had been a matter of formal ritual and distant reverence, it became something far more personal and immediate. Priests who had spent decades reciting ancient prayers by rote suddenly found themselves engaged in genuine dialogue with deities who understood the practical struggles of daily life. Temples that had served primarily as repositories of tradition became centers of community action, places where divine wisdom was applied to solve actual problems rather than simply preserved for theoretical contemplation. "The gods hear us now in ways they never did before," explained High Priestess Silune Silverhand as she addressed a gathering of clerics from across the realm. "Not because their divine senses have somehow improved, but because they now understand the context from which our prayers arise. A god who has experienced mortal hunger takes requests for daily bread seriously in ways that a deity who knows only cosmic abundance never could." This transformation of religious life had profound implications for the development of moral and ethical thinking throughout mortal society. Divine commandments that had once been accepted as arbitrary expressions of cosmic will were now understood as wisdom earned through genuine experience with the consequences of moral choice. When a god who had struggled with temptation counseled against corruption, that advice carried weight that no amount of abstract theological reasoning could provide. The democratization of magical knowledge that followed Mystra's ascension created equally far-reaching changes in how mortal societies approached the fundamental questions of power and authority. Magic had traditionally been the preserve of an educated elite, requiring years of formal study and access to expensive resources that kept it beyond the reach of common people. But the new goddess of magic, remembering her own humble origins, began to work through hedge witches and village wise women as readily as through formally trained wizards. Rural communities that had previously depended on traveling mages for their magical needs discovered that their own folk practitioners could achieve results that rivaled anything produced by graduates of prestigious academies. Healing magic flowed through grandmothers whose knowledge came from generations of passed-down wisdom. Agricultural magic worked through farmers whose understanding of the land came from decades of direct experience rather than theoretical study. Magic belongs to those who need it became Mystra's new doctrine, not to those who have the leisure to study it as an abstract art. The mother who brews healing tea with genuine love and concern for her child's welfare is practicing magic as truly as the archmage who summons elementals through complex ritual. The difference lies not in the sophistication of the method, but in the purity of the intention. This philosophical shift created tremendous upheaval in established magical institutions, but it also led to innovations and discoveries that would have been impossible under the old system. When magical knowledge was no longer hoarded by elite practitioners, cross-pollination between different traditions created entirely new approaches to arcane problems. Folk magic informed academic theory, while scholarly research provided theoretical frameworks that helped traditional practitioners understand why their methods worked. The transformation of death itself under Kelemvor's guidance had perhaps the most profound impact on how mortals approached the fundamental questions of meaning and purpose in their lives. The terror that had traditionally surrounded mortality began to fade as people came to understand that death was not an ending, but a transition overseen by a deity who genuinely understood the value of mortal existence. This shift in perspective affected everything from how societies treated their elderly to how individuals made decisions about risk and sacrifice. Memorial practices evolved from mourning-focused rituals that emphasized loss and separation to celebration-focused ceremonies that honored the completed life and the lessons it had provided. The fear of dying badly, of reaching death with important business unfinished or crucial lessons unlearned, became a powerful motivator for people to live more intentionally and purposefully. Every life teaches something. Kelemvor's priests would explain to those struggling with grief or mortality-related anxiety. The length of the lesson matters far less than the wisdom it contains. A child who dies young but teaches those around her about the preciousness of innocence has completed her purpose as fully as an elder who lives for centuries accumulating practical wisdom. The political implications of the divine transformation were equally profound, though they played out over decades rather than months. Rulers who had previously claimed divine mandate for their authority found themselves dealing with gods who actually remembered what it felt like to be subject to absolute power rather than wielding it. The comfortable fiction that political oppression was somehow divinely ordained became much harder to maintain when the gods themselves had experienced the crushing weight of tyrannical authority. Revolutionary movements that had previously been suppressed as blasphemous rebellion against cosmic order found themselves receiving unexpected support from deities who understood the difference between legitimate authority and mere power. The concept of divine right, which had justified countless injustices throughout history, was replaced by a new understanding that all authority, divine and mortal alike, derived its legitimacy from service rather than dominance. "We rule by consent," declared King Azun IV of Cormer in a speech that would be studied by political philosophers for centuries to come. Not by divine appointment or inherited privilege, but by the ongoing consent of those we claim to serve. When that consent is withdrawn, our authority ends, regardless of what ancient laws or traditional ceremonies might suggest. This shift toward more democratic and accountable forms of governance was not universal or immediate, but it created intellectual and moral frameworks that would gradually transform political thinking throughout the known world. The idea that power should serve purpose rather than existing for its own sake became a fundamental principle that would guide social development for generations. Perhaps the most complex aspect of the Time of Trouble's legacy was the ongoing presence of Cyric as a divine embodiment of the darker aspects of existence. His ascension to godhood had created a permanent reminder that the capacity for corruption exists within all beings who wield significant power, and his continued influence served as a constant test of the new cosmic order's ability to contain and channel destructive forces rather than simply suppressing them. Evil serves a purpose in the cosmic balance, explained one of the philosophers who struggled to understand Cyric's role in the transformed divine hierarchy, not because it is good in itself, but because opposition to evil strengthens virtue, just as disease strengthens the body's immune system. A cosmos without the possibility of corruption would be a cosmos without the possibility of genuine moral choice. This understanding led to new approaches to dealing with criminal behavior and social corruption. Rather than simply punishing wrongdoing, societies began to focus on understanding the conditions that created it and addressing those root causes. The goal was not to eliminate the possibility of evil, which the presence of Cyric proved was impossible, but to create social structures resilient enough to contain it and wise enough to learn from it. The long-term effects of the crisis extended far beyond the immediate political and social transformations. The destruction of the Tablets of Fate had fundamentally altered the nature of cosmic law itself, replacing rigid hierarchical structures with more flexible and responsive systems of divine governance. This change would prove crucial in later cosmic crises, when the ability to adapt and evolve would mean the difference between survival and destruction for entire planes of existence. The precedent established by mortal heroes successfully challenging divine authority would inspire countless future generations to believe that positive change was possible even in the face of seemingly insurmountable obstacles. The knowledge that gods themselves could grow and change through experience provided hope for societies struggling with their own transformation and development. Educational systems throughout the realm began to emphasize not just the transmission of established knowledge, but the development of critical thinking skills that would allow individuals to adapt to changing circumstances. The time of troubles had proven that even the most fundamental assumptions about reality could be called into question, making intellectual flexibility a survival skill rather than an academic luxury. "We teach our children not just what to think," explained one of the era's most influential educators, "but how to think for themselves when the old answers no longer suffice." The greatest lesson of the Avatar crisis is that wisdom lies not in never questioning authority, but in knowing when and how to question it constructively. The artistic and cultural legacy of the time of troubles was equally profound. The crisis had demonstrated that individual choices could have cosmic consequences, that ordinary people could rise to extraordinary significance, and that the most fundamental aspects of existence were subject to transformation through courage and determination. These themes became central to the literature, music, and visual arts of subsequent generations. Epic poems celebrating the heroes who had reshaped divinity itself were matched by intimate songs exploring the personal costs of cosmic transformation. Grand historical paintings depicting the great battles were balanced by quiet portraits, showing the human moments of doubt and hope that had made those battles meaningful. The artistic output of the post-Troubles era reflected a culture that had learned to see cosmic significance in individual experience and universal meaning in personal struggle. As centuries passed, and the immediate participants in the crisis faded into legend, the deeper philosophical implications of their achievements continued to influence how mortals understood their relationship to existence itself. The time of troubles had proven that the universe was not a fixed and unchanging structure, but a dynamic system that could evolve and improve through the conscious efforts of its inhabitants. This understanding would prove prophetic in ways that even the participants could not have imagined. Future cosmic crises would find creation itself better prepared to adapt and respond, its divine and mortal inhabitants working together with a cooperation that would have been impossible under the old hierarchical systems. The precedent of successful challenge to cosmic authority would inspire resistance to tyranny on levels ranging from the personal to the universal. The ultimate legacy of the Avatar crisis was not just the transformation of divine governance or the democratization of power, but the establishment of a new understanding of what existence itself could become. The time of troubles had proven that the universe was not condemned to repeat the patterns of the past, but was capable of growing into something better, wiser, and more just, through the conscious choices of those who inhabited it. In the end, the crisis that had begun with theft and exile had become a story of redemption and transformation, not just for the gods who learned to serve rather than dominate, but for the entire cosmos that learned to evolve rather than stagnate. The time of troubles had ended, but its greatest achievement was ensuring that no future age would ever again accept injustice or tyranny as natural or inevitable aspects of existence. The legacy lived on in every prayer offered to gods who truly listened, every spell cast with understanding rather than mere technical skill, every death faced with dignity rather than terror, and every challenge to authority motivated by service to justice rather than personal ambition. The Avatar crisis had changed everything, and in doing so had made everything better.